for a little bit, or I'd go live for a little bit because right at the moment I don't have D with me. Zoom has completely reset, so I might have to send new links and stuff, so we'll see how that goes. But we'll figure that out here in just a little bit. Whether or not the show picks off, of course, that's going to depend on who or what or all that stuff. Hold on, I'm trying to do this stuff by myself. Hold on. A little bit out of practice already. It's funny how the muscle memory can leave that quickly. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, I am here alone at the moment. We'll see if anybody joins. We'll see if anybody starts watching as well, because it's not really the usual time, about a half hour late or so, 40 minutes late, half hour late. So we'll play it by ear, but I thought it might be fun to say hello and, oh, cheers, bud. Good to see you, buddy. Just see if anybody wants to have a show. My dog apparently can't decide if he wants to hang out here or in the living room. He keeps coming back and forth. So we'll see how that goes. He's out of practice as well, it looks like, because normally when I'm doing a show, my dog is right here. But it's been, what, 1 or 2 weeks since we had a regular show. Anyway, cheers, Frank. Good to see you, buddy. Welcome to anybody watching. I can't see who else is watching. Oh, D says he's in the waiting room. Oh, D, I don't see you in the waiting room, so that must be because I've had to reset everything. All my rooms vanished, so I'm going to just send a new link. Copy invite link. Oh, what is this? Oh, that's something completely different. Don't ask me why it all reset. It's actually kind of annoying. Like a bunch of different rooms, I'm gonna have to find new links for a couple different meetings that I go to, because everything is gone. Like everything just completely got reset. I don't know. It was updated and had me log in again, and all my rooms are gone. So weird. Whatever. So anyway, here's the new room. I guess. Hopefully, it even seems like it's the same number. 86298. Or I can't swear to it, but that number seems familiar. Okay. I don't know if I have the old link here somewhere, but anyway, whatever. That's the link. So, folks, hit that one, and hopefully it works. If it doesn't, then we have bigger problems, but it should. We'll play by ear here, see how things go. Folks, the show is for adults only, basically because it gets reported. That's why it's for adults only. Usually the conversation is not actually adult only, but whatever. It is what it is, because I've accumulated a lot of people who really just viscerally dislike me, and vehemently dislike me is probably a better word for it. I need to always and forever tell everybody that this show is for adults only, otherwise it'll get full-on age restricted and all this different stuff. It's a whole fucking thing. So, ladies and gentlemen, if you are under the age of 21, for example, if you are 20 or 19 or any of the other numbers that are below that, if you went to school, even if you didn't go to school, you could probably ask AI or something to help you with those numbers. If they are numbers less than 21, you need to go away and go do something else. Still don't see D, so whoever's coming in, I don't. Oh, here he is. Here comes Bud. So if you are any of those ages below 21, go away, go do something else. I like to offer positive opportunities. Go watch Sesame Street, Mr. Rogers, checkers, backgammon, chess, ping pong. I don't even care. World Cup, go watch the World Cup. And of course, as we always like to recommend, women's Brazilian beach volleyball. Good to see you, bud. Welcome.
Hi, hi.
What's cracking?
Howdy. Well, I went on the first old Zoom link and you didn't, I don't know. So then I clicked on the new one you posted. It
Yeah,
worked.
the other one doesn't work for some reason. I don't know why. We've heard this a bunch of times. I would assume that Zoom would have stopped doing this already, but we've heard this. I don't know how many times in the last 5 years that people, like, all their links got wiped out when it updated. Pretty bizarre, but whatever. Who knows? It is what it is. It's probably cheaper for them to do it this way. And whatever's cheaper, that's what they're going to do. They don't give a fuck. Here comes D, the zombie himself. Did I say everything I was supposed to say? I think so. It shows for educational and entertainment purposes only, ladies and gentlemen. If you are not one of the people who's meant to be here, go do something else. Go be somewhere else, and that's that. As for the show, we're gonna try to have a conversation, try to have a show here. I have literally no tolerance for any drama. If you think to yourself, "Oh, I bet he has tolerance for my drama," I have no tolerance for any of your drama. You don't want to know what I think of many of you. Actually, not most of you, because I'm seeing some cool people in the chat, but many of you have been just a fucking stone in my shoe and not worth the time. So I'm not going to tolerate literally any drama from any of you idiots. If you are cool and chill and all that kind of stuff, you're more than welcome to come and hang and, discuss things and all that kind of stuff. But if you're a pain in literally anyone's ass, you're going to be ask very politely or impolitely, either one, whichever one's faster, to get the fuck out. So that's basically how it is from now on. I have absolutely no interest. If you guys feel that that's bad or whatever else, fuck, eat my ass. I don't really care, to be perfectly honest with you. So if you guys can behave and be normal and be chill and be cool and all that kind of stuff, you're more than welcome. You don't have to agree with me. You are actually welcome to disagree, encouraged, in fact. But you do have to be not a fucking douchebag, basically. That's pretty much. And that's too high of a bar for many people. So, here comes my dog again. Use your self-selecting muscles to figure out if you're a douchebag or not, and then judge whether or not you can hop on the show based on that. I'm probably just going to leave it with that, because I can always ban anyone who is problematic. So other than that, ladies and gentlemen, there's the link. If you feel up for it, if you're brave enough to try it, hit the link right there. Other than that, I'm not going to beg anybody, and I might not even ask again, to be perfectly honest with you. I've said before that I think that the future of this show is probably going to be either recorded or something. We'll see how that goes, because I literally have no tolerance for any of your idiot shit anymore, to be honest. But I do enjoy these live conversations, so we'll figure it out, honestly, as time progresses. But in the meantime, I cannot emphasize enough that any of your stupid fucking shit, go do it somewhere else, honestly. Like, your fucking mediocrity, go practice it in your house or something. I don't know, maybe you'll be better, maybe you'll actually break out of your mediocrity or something. Anyway, what's going on, D? Welcome. It just occurred to me, D is not here to talk about it, but it just occurred to me that he's probably sending a very subtle a subtle message to all the scammers, because I know he likes to hang out with scammers. Well, hang out, messing with scammers. So scammers can suck D's nuts. I never made that connection.
That's right.
So that's pretty much what it is. Yeah, that's it. What's going on, D?
What's going on, everybody? What's going on, chat? Just hanging out. Got some different things I got tonight. But yeah, just chilling. Too bad about
like a villain, or what's that?
Yeah. I was going to say, too bad about Scotland and too bad about the Netherlands. They're both out now.
That's right. Scotland, the Netherlands, and Germany, too.
Oh, shit, eh?
Yeah, Germany, big upset. Germany won in 2014, and since then has almost barely qualified. Kind of a scandal because, of course, just like in Colombia, soccer is a national obsession in Germany. Many of the craziest hooligans and stuff come from Germany. It's kind of funny because, most people think when they think of Germans, they think very upright and da-da-da. But they have crazy fucking soccer hooligans as well, or football hooligans, whatever they call them. Anyway, some of the nuttiest ones probably come from England, I want to say. But actually, that's not even true, to be honest. Some of the stories I've seen, like from Germany, they're fucking full-on nuts.
Kaiser.
Yeah, I think we're lucky because we get a lot of really obsessive sports fans in America, but we've never really had like hooligan culture. And I've asked people about this, and I think the simplest reason is that most of the hooligans are not generally in nice jobs. They don't usually, I mean, with some exceptions, sometimes they have, good good paying blue collar jobs, but a lot of them are kind of at the bottom rungs of society or whatever. And European cities, especially the clubs, are right next to each other. So like, especially in like the industrial area of Germany, there's like fucking 10 big teams within 15 miles of each other. You know what I mean? So like literally the next town over might be your biggest rivals. Whereas here, you have to travel like 1,000 miles to get to any freaking team. Like, for example, before the Sonics moved, the Seattle Sonics and the Supersonics and the Blazers were kind of rivals, right? Not even then, it was kind of weird because they weren't even like the super rivals. So that's another thing, like you're in different conference. Well, we were in the same conference, but for some reason we weren't the big rivals. I think the Blazers were more rivals of like the Lakers and the fucking, what do they call them? The 49ers and stuff. Not the 49ers, the fucking... Jesus H. Christ. No, the Golden State Warriors. But anyway, what West Coast teams mostly. But what was I going to say? Even then, the rivalry wasn't like, we're going to kill those guys. Whereas when you hear, soccer fans, fuck, they're violent with each other. It's the most absurd thing in my life. I remember, I don't know if I think I'd have told this story. I remember I was in, I was in Krakow years ago. This is like 10 years ago. I was in Krakow,
Okay.
and I found this. I don't know if they're still open. I haven't checked for a while. I think when I first talked about this a couple of years ago, the pub was still open, but it's like a British pub in Krakow, owned by a British guy. And at the time, he used to say, I don't know if he still is the only British pub in Poland, but he said he was the only British pub in Poland owned by a British guy. Basically, he was married to a Polish chick. Basically,
Oh
anyway,
yeah.
so he also loved to play chess, and so he just had like a chess club at the pub, and I stayed in like an Airbnb just down the street, basically. So I went, I just had a drink one
Huh.
night at this pub. I was like, oh, cool, a fucking British pub, and sure enough, I see this thing, oh, chess club or whatever, and so I was in Krakow for like 2 weeks, so I went back to the chess club a bunch of times, and one of the dudes that was there was really cool, and he was leaving to go to work for like 6 months or a year or something to go to like an assignment. He was a finance guy in.
Mhm.
Well, in Krakow, in Poland, but he was getting a job in China, and so basically, I met him
Oh.
just a few days before he was about to leave for the next 6 months or a year or something, and we went to a beer festival. I think we just met basically. We met at the beer festival, like a couple of the guys that were at the place, because British pub. People who go to a
Mhm.
British pub are probably nuts for beer, right? Anyway, so we go to this beer festival, and actually, I wear that shirt sometimes. It says like Beer Fest or whatever. Anyway, regardless, we're sitting there drinking a couple of these microbrews, really good microbrews, by the way. And all of a sudden, it's we're in like the kind of the back patio or whatever, and it's fucking pouring rain. And so any place that had like covers or whatever, people are huddled up under it, right? But
Mhm.
also because of that, you kind of can't see around these areas because the rain is just pouring off the covers and stuff. And so I'm just chilling. We're having this fun conversation. I think we're talking about China or whatever because he's telling me about he's going to go to China. And all of a sudden he's like, "Oh shit!" And I'm like, "What? Well, what's up?" Because he's like fucking James Bond walks in the room or something. He's like, "Oh fuck!" And he like covers his face. I'm like, "What's going on?" And he's like, "Oh man, dude, I saw one of the guys. I can't even remember what his team was because he was from Krakow, right? So it was one of the Krakow teams. He's like,
Mhm.
dude, I just saw some of my rivals, and I'm like, what do you mean your rivals? He's like, oh yeah, and the dude is still he's come from work. He's at a beer festival, but he's come from work at like a finance job, so he's taking his tie off, but he's still wearing like a button-up shirt and slacks, right? So he
Uh,
still looks very much like a finance guy. So this is very amusing to me because he's like literally hiding away, and he's like, oh dude, this guy's like a rival from the other football team, and he tells me about it real quick because he's like, I don't know what the fuck he's talking about, which team is which, but he's like he grew up being a nut for this one team, and he used to hang out with all the hooligans, but then he went to college and got a job and stuff, but he still knows a lot of these hooligans because they grew up together, right? Anyway, and they used to get into fights all the fucking time with this other team's fans. And so
yeah.
first of all, he's alone. And second of all, he doesn't want to get in trouble because he's just about to leave the country. And he doesn't want to leave, bruised and battered. He literally ends up telling me all this stuff. And he's like, dude, because there's like two or three of these guys. He's like, I can't explain this enough. Like if they see me, it's on. Like it's basically like it's on. There's never going to be a not. There's not going to. There's no situation where there won't be a fight. And he's like, I'm by myself. I'm not going to ask you to fight with me. Da da da. So like I need these guys to not see me. And so we keep talking. And I just kind of keep cracking up to myself because I'm like, this guy's just shitting his fucking pants over soccer hooliganism, right? And
Yeah.
it cracked me the fuck up because he's just like totally this fucking finance guy, like button up. You might as well have been wearing, glasses and a pocket protector, right? But it's like, fuck, if that other team is on, bro, it's on. It was the most ridiculous
Yeah.
thing I've ever seen in my life. And a bunch of times that kind of stuff happened in Poland and other countries. So I'm almost glad that we don't have that kind of violence in our sports fans here in America. Most of the time, people will talk shit about other teams, but they won't, with some exceptions. There was some violence, like in New York with the NBA finals, which was crazy to see, to be honest.
Well, and
But
there's been some issues between Dodger fans and San Francisco Giant fans
that's true. That's true.
over the
So I guess to say
years.
that there's no violence is not true. That's true.
Yeah, a
And
lot
you
of
know
that
what? You
is
might be right too. Boston and New York, they kind of get into it a little bit.
yeah,
Speaking of,
yeah, but nothing like soccer. Soccer,
Yeah, nothing the same. Yeah, they don't show up with baseball bats to beat the shit out of each other.
well, my good friend, I watched a couple games with him over the last few weeks. He's Brazilian, so he's always talking about Brazil. It's like all the days of the games, they give like a total holiday. Like it doesn't matter what day of the week it is. They
Because
close
everybody's just
everything.
gonna be watching anyway.
yeah,
And I think Mexico did the same thing. Like they close, they
Mm.
It goes up the banks or the business
Because it's
back to the
funny,
business.
honestly, we have, it's not like Europe doesn't have other sports. In fact, they have many of our sports as well. They have basketball, they have professional basketball leagues. They don't really have football. There's a couple of football teams around, like American football. There's a couple of football teams in Europe. I want to say they have their summer league and stuff. There's a little bit of American football, but hardly any. Because, the kids don't grow up playing
They have
football and stuff,
rugby.
so they don't know. Yeah, they have more rugby and stuff like that. In fact, I
The
would be honest,
NFL
I
does
bet they have more
games.
cricket in Europe than they do fucking American
Yeah.
football. What's that, Bud?
Over the years, the NFL plays more games over in
Oh,
Europe.
for sure, and actually, the games are super popular. For as much as people make fun of American football, they love to watch it because it's a very unique sport, actually. And I say this as not even like a rabid football fan, or so it's not like I don't like football, but I'm not like a big football fan. But it is really a very unique sport because unlike rugby or soccer, these other big team sports where you have defensive and offensive positions. In football, you have exclusively one or the other. I guess in cricket you also have well, in baseball you also have one or the others on offense or defense, but you have this incredible strategy that plays out momentarily, and either team can lose the ball at any given time. Whereas, for example, in baseball you have the offense and you have the defense. You have that same kind of dynamic and a very strategic dynamic, but it's not like you can lose the ball all of a sudden. It takes at least obviously 3 strikes or whatever to lose an inning, and then basically you're just losing that inning, which is kind of a different dynamic anyway. Whereas with football, dude, one possession and the other team could have the freaking ball and da 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 da. And I've explained this to a lot of people. It's actually it kind of breaks their brain a little bit. The whole goal of the offensive team is not actually to score. Like the goal of the game is to score, but the goal of the offensive team is literally just to get 10 more yards. And so it becomes, when you start to explain that to someone, you're like, oh wait, it's like military positioning. Like they're literally trying to get to the other team's like home base or something so they can score. It's very interesting kind of conceptual thing. Anyway, people love it, like, and it's so gladiatorial too, right? With which I would argue is actually kind of a big problem with all the CTE and stuff, but still it's so unique with the full-on armor and everything else. These guys look like knights when you think about it. They look as close to medieval knights as anything else we have. Soccer players, they only have shin guards pretty much. Basketball players have no friggin', maybe sometimes a cup basically, but hardly anyone else basically wears armor. You know what I mean? Rugby, they don't wear armor. So like, gladiatorial feats were super popular. Jousting and shit like that. When you think about it, football is a lot like jousting, actually, in many ways. So anyway, it's a fascinating sport, actually. So I'm not at all surprised that the rest of the world is so fascinated with it. And so sure enough, like Super Bowl, any kind of, and they do some of the biggest games, actually some of the biggest attended games, I believe, are the ones that they do in like Hamburg and stuff in Germany. Like fucking 200,000 people show up in the parking lot, and they broadcast the game on the screens outside the stadium because the place is so full. Anyway, crazy. Funny to remember, actually, for as much as people like to make fun of America. And a lot of people like American culture. What's up, Silent Truth? Cheers, buddy. Cheers, Dankub is kind. Welcome, everybody. Miranda Family Farms hanging. What's good? I can't even speak. What's going on, Miranda Family Farms? Long time no see. What's up, buddy? Who else in here? Lurkers, non-lurkers, twerkers, berserkers, especially the twerkers, obviously. But the berserkers, who else? The closet jerkers, obviously, because we definitely have some of those. But really, shout out goes to the
Oh
twerkers.
my.
We haven't really shouted out the twerkers for a while, so
Oh
we
my.
gotta silently bumping to beats in the background there, practicing their squats. You love to hear it. Good cardiovascular exercise, good health. Health is wealth, as they say. So if health is wealth, does that mean that the best twerkers are the wealthiest people in the world? Probably. I think that's impeccable logic. I think that's exactly how it works. Anyway, I'm going to roll some of, I believe this is Jones's weed. I keep forgetting to roll it, so it's just been sitting here for a minute, but it still smells nice, so I'm going to puff it. I haven't been, I guess because I haven't been doing my shows back here, so I haven't been rolling joints back here. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, don't know what we're going to talk about too much tonight. Not too many people have hopped on, so I'll keep it going for a little while longer. And certainly, if the guys want to keep going, we can always do that. But ladies and gentlemen, if you want to discuss interesting things, there's the link. The old link for some reason doesn't work, so don't hit the old link. My apologies if you guys have that saved. Zoom just like updated my shit, so I lost all my links and whatever. So kind of annoying because in the past I used to be able to still find my old rooms, but I don't know, whatever. It is what it is. Even when I tried, because I had my, no, I didn't do that today. I did that another time. No, I'm misremembering completely. I actually did not try to hit the old link. Oh, I should have done that. I should, because I think I have it copied in my notes. I didn't even think to do that. But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, so yeah, if you want to hop on, join the conversation. If you've never heard the rules before, I don't know what the rules are anymore. Honestly, I just have no tolerance whatsoever for any nonsense. I will not whatsoever tolerate any naked wieners or any of that kind of shit, obviously. So don't do any kind of weird shit like that. But other than that, it's a weird situation I find myself in. Many of the regulars were the most problematic people, so I've realized that telling people the rules probably doesn't even really make any difference. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to hope that you're going to be on your best behavior, and then I'm going to slam you out of the fucking room by your backside if you misbehave in any way. So we'll see how it goes. Other than that, though, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Hit That Link. There was a cool story the other day. I was just talking about this at the dog park, and I could pull up the story here in a second. I think I have it saved. But a very interesting story. There was a little meta-analysis done, if I'm remembering this right, because I've read a couple articles about this recently. But anyway, they did a study. We'll find the story here in a second about cannabis terpenes, and I think it wasn't just terpenes, it was cannabis compounds. But anyway, regardless, they were talking about cannabis terpenes, and they specifically mentioned that one of them has been discovered to be the best pain relieving compound despite not being psychoactive. I thought, oh, interesting. Obviously, I'm definitely looking for psychoactive, but it's still interesting to hear that, right? So anyway, it's geraniol, basically, to spoil everyone's suspense. And geraniol is the one that basically smells like roses or gardenia. And so, of course, as soon as I heard that, I was like, oh, very, very interesting. Because I've been selecting basically for, not predominantly, although I really miss my Ruby Jack number 3 that was predominantly geraniol. It was just all rose, basic, with a little bit of pink lemonade, especially as it aged, because that was one of the, in fact, to this day, the only thing that I've been doing long-term aging on. I still have a little bit of it. Anyway, and to this day, it only smells like rose. Everything else basically left. Anyway, what was I going to say? My whole Ruby Jack lines, and even other stuff that I found. For example, rosé. I have a cut of rosé that I got down in California, and it's, I think, from Aficionado or wherever it is, purely rose. I actually kind of liked my Black Prince Ruby better. But regardless, I was selecting for years for things that had at least a subtext of rose. Actually, subtext is the wrong way to say it. Something kind of the rose floating above everything, but not the most predominant aroma. And it occurred to me how interesting. I have chronic back pain. I have chronic pain, basically. So it's not surprising that I would basically pick for something that has something like that. So it's not really even just the taste that I've been enjoying. It's also because I've said this since the very beginning. I really love the way that Ruby Jack, especially from the very beginning, I loved the way that Ruby Jack felt. It obviously had a cool wave, especially my original Ruby Jacks. It had this cool shimmering wave down your back. It was really interesting, and I heard that from multiple people, like someone poured just a little bit of cold water down your back on a hot day. Very, very pleasant, not an unpleasant experience, but a very pleasant experience. And that was obviously some kind of pain relieving thing. So anyway, long story short, I'm not going to babble until the end of the world, but very interesting to me to hear that. And also interesting to think some of the different floral selections that people have made might actually be surprisingly medicinal, at least
Useful.
as far as useful as far as pain relieving. Let's see if I can find that story. There it
Yeah.
is. That was
I
easy.
guess research is going to find out a lot of things.
Okay, Reddit, why did you change the place to copy links? That's weird. There we go.
Did we say hello to Bud?
I think
Yeah,
so. Yeah.
Okay.
yeah. I was on a few minutes before you showed up, D.
Okay, just
So,
checking.
yeah, thanks. Did they blast
Uh,
off a rocket today? I thought I saw uh, some kind of.
I I have no idea. I haven't been following along lately. Launching shit all the time.
I've been watching a lot of. It's the World Series of Poker. The
Cool.
main event's finally coming up this weekend, but it's
USP.
like 2 weeks. There's every night. There's multiple. They broadcast it all on YouTube. I've been watching a lot.
Right on.
oh, I thought you were talking about Bud Kilowatt D. You're talking about Bud Light.
Yeah.
I'm not a big fan of Bud. Budweiser is. I have mixed feelings on it because it's basically like a Czech lager, and if you taste like an actually good Czech lager, Budweiser is definitely the same thing. Like it's hard to explain this. Like it is definitely the same thing. It's just obviously not the same thing. I don't know how else to explain it. So, for example, Pilsner Urquell or Budvar, the actual Czech Budvar, that shit is fantastic. And that's that Czech lager basically style. And then if you try a Budweiser after that, you're like, yeah, okay, I get it. This is the exact same thing. This is a Czech lager. And that's the amusing thing. It's not a German lager. It's actually a Czech lager. So despite the name Budweiser, you assume it's a German beer. And I think they even advertise German, da 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 da. But no, it's a Czech lager. Anyway, fuck was I going to say? I always, even when like much younger, I always liked Miller Lite better. One of actually, I think my first job was at a deli, and we had several things on tap, and we had a couple microbrews, and then we had Budweiser, Michelob, Miller Lite. I want to say Michelob and Miller Lite were way better than Budweiser. But anyway, fuck was I going to say?
No more Jello.
I'm not a big fan. One beer that I really don't like is Coors. And I can understand why
No.
people like it because it's so smooth. But for
Yeah.
me, it's like, it's somehow smoother than water. I'm like, this is not what beer is supposed to be
Yeah.
for me. I don't know. I don't know how to express it. Like, I get why people enjoy it, but I also, that the same reason is why I don't enjoy it because I
Mhm.
want beer to actually like have something in it, So I don't know. It's just
Yeah,
like carbonated barley water or something.
exactly. I think it's like drinking water as
Yeah,
well.
yeah. But in fairness, we got to talk some shit about the Canadian beers as well. The
Hey,
Labatt's, fuck
hey,
off. That shit
hey,
is not great. You like Labatt's?
ban you.
What's that? You're gonna ban me? I'm
Better
gonna
watch
ban you. I'm gonna
you
ban
and
you
you.
back. I'm gonna ban you 3 times. No, wait. Labatt's is the Quebec one. Molson Ice. That's the one that I can't stand.
Yeah,
Although
Molson.
Labatt's I don't think is very good either. But that one I
I like
remember
blue.
much less. What's that?
I drink blue when I drink beer.
Blue Labatt's Blue?
Not
No,
that
wait.
blue. Yeah.
Yeah. There we go. Labatt's Blue. Yeah, that's right. They come in different. Delirium Tremens from Belgium also comes in different colors. They have the like pink or blue or whatever. That's actually one of the best beers in the world. With one of the worst names, actually, Delirium Tremens. Like Delirium Tremens is what alcoholics get when they're basically on withdrawal from beer. So real
Yeah,
dark name, honestly. To be honest, real dark name there. But anyway, fantastic beer. Cheers, G-Bay. Good to see you, buddy. Oh, I gotta.
Oh no.
I think I inhaled something.
Hello,
Oh,
everybody.
that's better. What's up, Bugsy? Cheers, buddy. Long time no see. Did I pin the link? Yeah, I pinned the link. Folks, you guys are welcome to hop on. For whatever reason, the link is new, so if you have the old link, it's not going to work. So if you're hitting that old link on your phone or whatever, and you're like, oh, Fumi's not letting me in, it's because I can't see you. It's just not working. But you guys are welcome to hit that link and join us. We'll be here for at least a second here. I don't know how much longer, but we'll see how it goes. Kind of depends on if people hop on. Said I'm going to show that article. Oh, that's the wrong one. Here we go.
Oh, fuck me.
From Science Daily, ladies and gentlemen. This is source University of Arizona, Office of Research and Partnerships. Scientists found a cannabis compound that relieves pain without the high. Compounds responsible for the aroma of cannabis and many other plants may offer a surprising new way to relieve chronic pain. Researchers found that several cannabis-derived terpenes significantly reduced pain in mouse models of fibromyalgia and post-surgical pain, with one terpene, geraniol, showing especially strong effects. Unlike THC, these compounds are not associated with psychoactive effects, making them potentially attractive alternative for pain treatment. Researchers of the University of Arizona Health Sciences have identified compounds from the cannabis sativa plant that may offer a new way to treat fibromyalgia and post-surgical pain. The findings, published in pharmacological reports, add to growing evidence that certain cannabis-derived molecules could help relieve chronic pain without causing the psychoactive effects associated with THC. The study builds on earlier work from the lab of John Streicher, PhD, a member of the Comprehensive Center for Pain and Addiction, which found that terpenes could reduce pain in models of inflammation and chemotherapy-related nerve damage. Because again, remember, people take cannabis compounds for all kinds of crazy shit, right? This is, by the way, because I've met some chemotherapy patients, I guess cancer patients, that took cannabis basically for their pain and stuff like that, and for their complete lack of hunger and so forth, right? They had to take fucking comically large doses in some cases. So anyway, that's one of the reasons why I'm always talking about the edibles in dispensaries and stuff, because when you actually have like chemotherapy pain, you need like 1,500 milligrams just to put a dent in it, not 15 milligrams. Anyway, back to the story. What's that, bud?
Here's my question. Okay, so that terpene, like geranium, whatever, that's not just in cannabis. Obviously, the rose and and so it took them researching cannabis to find that compound was
Very good point. Actually, very good
pain.
question.
Sharing how much research on pain.
So I don't know the answer.
And chemistry's done over the last 100 years.
Well, I was just going to say, I think I don't know, maybe the thing is, whatever. I thought you were finished, but then the sound rolled in. Anyway, my point is that I was going to say, they've studied these compounds in flowers, and I remember reading, I didn't have time to search this, but as I was driving home from the dog park, I was like, oh shit, I should find this. Years ago, I remember reading about how they did a study on like roses or flowers, and apparently smelling certain flowers can have measurable physiological impacts, not just psychological impacts like happiness or whatever, but measurable physiological impacts in a body. So the story, I guess, it's been a while since I read this, was that literally smelling different floral compounds could potentially reduce stress, inflammation, pain, etc., etc. And so that was actually one of my first thoughts, because, for example, I have a little rose garden outside, and I love smelling the rose. I go outside and just kind of sniff the roses. But it's always made me wonder, is one of the reasons why I love smelling roses because they give me some pain relief? I've never really made that assumption, but it is definitely possible, honestly. I wonder. And I agree with you. It's kind of weird that it took a cannabis study for this. So I feel like maybe this is a circumstance of the right hand not knowing what the left hand is doing. But I don't know. Let's read a little bit deeper.
Yeah, because there's even rose flavored water. There's products. I imagine that if this is true, such a thing is true, then there'll be products not just from cannabis that will attach themselves to the
100%. We're sort of at war with Iran right now. Well, Persian desserts, a lot of them have rose water in them. So a lot of times you'll find Persian style baklava with basically rose water in it. The Persian baklava is a little bit more doughy. They make it a little bit differently than they make Arabic style baklava or Turkish style baklava. It's less of the flake and more of a kind of a dough pastry a little bit. And then they douse it basically at the end, instead of honey or sugar water, they douse it with like a rose water sugar basically. Anyway, and so for example, there was this incredible Persian ice cream place in Los Angeles. Oh fuck, I missed that place, called Mashti Malone's, and they had other flavors too, but my absolute favorite was their rose. That was kind of their signature flavors, their rose. absolutely next level. And so 100%, I agree with you. Like, does eating a rose ice cream cone, does that actually give you pain relief? I don't know. Someone needs to study that shit. That's actually fucking fascinating. So
Here,
anyway, what's that, D?
so back in the day, when I don't know if you guys remember me telling, I might have told this before. Bubble Man went and saw Johnny B in the hospital. He had a neck injury or whatever. So he
I
took a
remember
bunch.
watching Go ahead.
So he took a whole bunch of different terpenes, like the terpene smell. He was busting out one, took one out, smelled it, took another one, and it was actually taking away pain, helping his pain.
I remember watching that exact Hash Church. That was like 5 or 6 years ago. Yeah.
Yeah.
So it does. It really makes me. And for example, I remember a few years ago, maybe already during COVID. I don't remember right now. But anyway, the weirdest thing is I ended up actually meeting this woman. So maybe at Indo Expo or something, I saw her. Maybe that's where I saw her first, at one of the like lectures at Indo Expo. Anyway, it was a actual medical doctor that does actually talk about cannabis. There's not all that many of them yet, but she's one of them. And she was talking about on the stage that the medical dose for cannabis is actually a sub-psychoactive dose. So in other words, if you're looking for pain relief or nausea relief or anything else, you would basically dose somebody below the threshold that they actually feel it mentally. And of course, the whole crowd, in fact, now that I think about it, was it like the Indo Expo or one of those kind of things? Because the whole crowd was like, no, because most of us are all stoners, right? We're like, fuck, what's the point of that? But, she laughed and she was like, yeah, I get it. But the actual, when you think about it, when you take another medicine, you don't basically want to feel the medicine. You're basically trying to get the effect of the medicine. And sure enough, a lot of these different things, the medicinal doses would be very, very, very low. And so it makes me wonder if, like, literally smelling a flower or eating an ice cream or whatever else could have some benefits. Anyway, I guess I'm rehashing what I already said. Our research is showing, quote, our research is showing that terpenes are not a good option for reducing acute pain resulting from an injury, such as stubbing your toe or touching a hot stove. However, we're seeing significant reductions in pain when terpenes are used for chronic or pathological pain, said Stryker, who is a professor in the UNA College of Medicine. So in other words, if you break your arm, it's not going to help you. But the chronic pain, like Johnny B was sitting in the freaking bed. And I wonder if that's because we've talked about this. I should probably just finish reading the article. But I wonder, as we're talking about this, I wonder if that's, how do I express this? One of the things that you hear from chronic pain people is not that cannabis makes the pain go away, but that it makes it bearable. It makes your brain not focus on it as much. You can focus on other things. It's almost like meditation. You can kind of put it off to the side, basically. So anyway, I'm talking out loud. I should finish reading the article. Said Stryker, who's a professor in the U of A College of Medicine, Tucson's Department of Pharmacology. Quote, this study was the first to investigate the impact of terpenes in preclinical models of fibromyalgia. And by the way, for fibromyalgia, for anyone who doesn't know, is like pervasive body pain or whatever, and postoperative pain, and expand the scope of potential pain relieving treatments using terpenes. End quote. Terpenes are natural compounds responsible for the scent and flavor of many plants. In cannabis, they contribute to the plant's distinctive aroma and may also have medicinal properties. Unlike tetrahydrocannabinol or THC, terpenes do not produce the psychoactive effects commonly associated with cannabis. That makes them an appealing area of research for scientists and squares searching for new pain treatments. For this study, researchers examined 4 terpenes commonly found in cannabis sativa: geraniol, linalool, I never can pronounce that well, beta-caryophyllene, and alpha-humulene. And these are, by the way, for the, I guess also people talk about myrcene as well, so it's interesting that they didn't include that one. In mouse models of fibromyalgia and post-operative pain, all 4 compounds, by the way, every time I read this, it's so dark. Like, they obviously had like a whole setup of mice going under fucking surgery for this specific thing. It's like so sad. And they found a bunch of mice that have fibromyalgia. I'm like, Jesus fucking Christ, these poor lab mice. Anyway, all 4 compounds produce substantial pain relieving effects. Geraniol delivered the strongest results, followed by linalool, beta-caryophyllene, and alpha-humulene. And by the way, all four of these have been talked about. Now, humulene, I'm blanking right now. It's too bad that Flora isn't on here. He would know what I'm talking about. It was one of the OGs, I want to say, that had a lot of humulene. Maybe I'll look it up here in a second, or if anyone in the chat remembers, because there was a couple of different strains where they talked about humulene as potentially one of the big pain relieving things. That was one of the theories why everyone liked cookies, because it basically had caryophyllene. And for example, anyone who's ever heard Kevin Jodrey talk knows that he has this 4-part cannabis terpene kind of fuck, what's the word for this that I'm looking for? Diagram. I can't fucking place the word that I'm trying to figure out. He delineates cannabis into 4, I'll just say it that way, delineates cannabis into like 4 parts. And he goes, basically, there's a myrcene to caryophyllene gradient, I guess you can say. The more of one, the more of the other. And they're usually antagonists, so you usually don't see tons of myrcene and tons of caryophyllene. You'll normally see one or the other. So for example, it's one of the reasons why Subcool Stuff almost never had caryophyllene, because Subcool Stuff almost always had that really heavy mango myrcene, right? So not a lot of caryophyllene in most Subcool Stuff, but let's say, for example, cookies derived stuff, not all of that much myrcene, right? So anyway, back to the article, because at this point I realize I'm babbling. Fibromyalgia remains one of the most challenging chronic pain conditions to treat. The disorder affects muscles and soft tissues throughout the body and is estimated to impact up to 5% of the global population, according to research published in Healthcare Basel in 2023. In the United States alone, here comes D again, in the United States alone, about 4 million adults have fibromyalgia, according to the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services Office on Women's Health. Women are affected more often than men. Quote, with fibromyalgia, there isn't much understanding of what the pain state is, and there are not a lot of great options for treating it, Stryker said. Our findings show that terpenes may be a viable treatment option for fibromyalgia pain, which could potentially have a large impact and make a difference for undertreated population. A couple people in the community have had fibromyalgia. I want to say Pedro's Grow Room's ex-wife, Dee. No, her name wasn't Dee. It was, oh my fucking God. Jesus Christ, I can remember her face, but I can't remember her name. Do you remember Dee? You weren't a big fan of Pedro's Grow Room. Fuck me. Anyway, she had fibromyalgia. Researchers also explored whether terpenes could help with pain following surgery. Post-surgical pain occupies a unique middle ground between acute and chronic pain. Although it's typically temporary, surgery triggers biological changes, including inflammation and increased sensitivity within the body's pain pathway, which can intensify discomfort. I don't know why I'm reading so poorly. Opioids do a good job controlling post-surgical pain, but they can cause constipation and of course addiction that can increase the chances of post-surgical complications such as adhesions. Stryker said, we're always looking for better options, and this study suggests that terpenes could be a novel therapeutic for post-operative pain. Let's see, can I fast forward through this because there's quite a bit more of this. Natural compounds continue to surprise scientists. Todd Vanderaa, PhD, director of comprehensive blah, 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 of such and stuff, of so many different places, said the findings underscore, literally that whole paragraph of just stuff where he's from. He said the findings underscore the value of exploring chemicals produced by nature. Quote, the research that's being done by Stryker's lab on terpenes and their potential to help those who suffer from chronic pain demonstrates the importance of basic research. There are hundreds of unique chemicals that plants make, including the cannabis plant, that are undiscovered, Vanderaa said. Nature is incredible at making unique, he continues, unique chemical structures, and many of these chemicals are unknown when it comes to their abilities to aid in human health, diseases, and disorders. A great current example is the medication semaglutide, sold under the brand name Ozempic, which has a chemical structure that was isolated not from a plant, but from an animal that is prevalent in the Southwest, the Gila monster. These discoveries from natural products through research. I have no idea. Actually, the Ozempic is from the Gila monster? That cracks me up. Anyway, that is deeply ironic. That is deeply hilarious because like the Gila monster is like known for eating like the whole prey and stuff. So it's funny, like a diet pill is from this gluttonous fucking monster. Anyway, Oh, this is interesting. The team also found that the compounds appeared to act through the same biological pathway identified in previous terpene studies. Specifically, the pain relieving effects were linked to the adenosine A2A receptor. We've heard that before, a receptor that caffeine targets and blocks, suggesting the terpenes may also have sedative properties. Researchers say that possibility warrants further investigation. The study's co-authors, including blah 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 blah, we don't care. Good for all those people. They're great people, I'm sure. But that was
Huh.
interesting.
Yeah. Well, it took them researching cannabis, but like terpenes have been, like I was saying earlier. But I know this because like even though this is consuming them different than what they call aromatherapy, but the AMA for like hundreds of years has deemed aromatherapy like what do you call it? False, you know, quackery,
I don't know
right?
that that's true anymore. I think I was talking.
No, I
I
obviously
think
it's
they say that
not.
there's something to it now. Yeah, I don't know. I think they've changed a
Yeah,
little bit on that.
but that's probably why some of this research was so long in coming
Yeah.
because terpenes are basically scent, even though they can be consumed too. Um, but yeah, I don't know how I read something long ago about how the aromatherapy is a real thing too. Like, I mean, there's
I mean, things
benefits.
have come around quite a bit, honestly. I used to have a doctor friend who tried to convince me, honestly, that acupuncture is real. And I remember telling her, like, so wait, there's no way that chakras and whatever the fuck is a real thing. And she's like, yeah, no, I agree. But the reality of it is that it makes people feel better. And there have been enough studies that show that it actually has a therapeutic effect. And so she was like, I don't really care, to be honest, what it is that's causing it. It has a positive effect. And I was like, okay, that's sort of refreshing, I guess. I still kind of think it's nonsense. I'm not going to get stabbed by needles by some random person, but at least, it makes sense. And so I guess my point is that apparently medical science, and this is apparently approved now, so evidently doctors can suggest for you to go to an acupuncturist apparently now, whereas once upon a time, I don't think that was the case. So, things change over time. I don't know. And as they get more evidence for stuff, that's the other thing. Like maybe there was just no evidence for aromatherapy. Or maybe the another thing that I was going to say, don't forget that we're all just flawed human beings and we are subject to not only mistakes, but sometimes intentional mistakes. So what if someone just didn't do a good study for one reason or another on aromatherapy, on terpenes, or just aromas in general? I guess it'd probably mostly be terpenes, but whatever. It could be other stuff too, for all I know. And they just fucked the study up or something, right? What if the data came back bad?
Yeah.
Well, you don't want your doctor following bad data, right? So, anyway,
Well, and the pain industry was a major pharmaceutical sector that they went in a
hundred
certain
percent,
direction
hundred
all the
percent.
way to the issues of today that yeah, I mean, we don't even talk about that, but it's an epidemic. And yeah, they definitely need other kind of pain relief other than opiate based ones. But they went down that opiate based medicine for pain rabbit hole for a long time. Like they didn't want to they that industry didn't want anything else to come around to take away their market share.
100%. And as they were just talking about, they were saying, "Oh, it causes constipation. Opiates cause constipation." Well, yeah, okay, but they also cause fucking heavy addiction. I would say that the constipation is the
Yeah,
least of the fucking problems, to be honest.
least of the problems.
Jesus H Christ. I mean, I understand that it's an immediate concern right at the hospital, but holy fucking shit. So, and I mean, how many people, like literally, Michael Jackson, Prince, like you don't have to look very
Tom
far. It's not just
Petty,
Red, Tom
Tom
Petty,
Petty.
like all these fucking people died because of addiction, because of the original medical use. Yeah, so if you could use
Yeah.
something for pain that is not, because terpenes are not fucking addictive, so at least no terpenes that I know of. So if you could use something like that has absolutely no danger of addiction, etc., etc.,
Well,
not to mention no
there's this.
constipation.
I saw it years a while back. There's this list of famous people, celebrities, whatever, that have all basically been died of drugs, but from the hands of a doctor. like not illicit drugs. And Elvis is one of them. It goes, it's the list is pretty long for a long time.
Yeah, that's
France,
right.
of course,
Oh, Elvis had a heavy freaking, yeah, not just opiates either. Oh,
yeah, no, I mean that was when there was pharmaceutical medicine was there was no like anything bad to say about it. The
and not only
uppers, the
that, but of
downers.
course, famously, when you're a celebrity, I mean, you can find a doctor that'll give you anything, right? Like, dude, Michael Jackson had a propofol drip, right? Like, what the fuck?
Yeah,
So yeah,
yeah, for sure. Yeah.
some messed up shit. Folks, hop on. We got a few people in the chat. Oh, cheers, Jones. What's up, buddies? Or what's up, guys? I haven't said hello to anybody in the chat for a minute here. Cheers, Jones. Cheers, WSP. What's up, buddy? Pardon the Dank in the house. What's up, Pardon the Dank? Oh, he was listening. So, Pardon the Dank, if you're still listening, I was just talking about, I guess I could Google this, but you would know. First strain off the top of your head that has humulene in it. I realize that's a pretty unusual one. Because I vividly remember people talking about all of a sudden, because the cannabis scene, we go through waves, of fads and stuff. A few years ago, everybody was using Jack's 321, right? 2-3 years ago, everyone was talking about humulene all of a sudden.
Well, now we have all the different CB and CBG. They've gotten a lot of traction.
Oh, OG Kush.
Yeah, is that the OG goods? Yeah,
Bubba Kush. Skywalker OG might have it. What else?
yeah.
What is this? Is this an AI story? I'll tell you more if it seems legit. That's a nice picture. Yeah, very interesting. So Humboldt Seed Company. Yeah, I had to double check. This is not Humboldt Seed Org because they kind of did stuff like this. What's going on? Huh, I guess he's way bigger than I thought he was. Anyway, so Nat from Humboldt Seed Company, he apparently has these articles on his website now, and his website has expanded. He's got all this Caribbean stuff. I guess I haven't paid nearly enough attention to his operation. Anyway, so he has an article about best humulene strains. All right, good. Nice macro photograph. So that makes it easy. Royal Highness, Collie Kush, OG Kush, Farmer's Daughter. I've heard of that one. Bigfoot Glue. I think I know Bigfoot Glue. California Sour Diesel. And of course, Girl Scout cookies I was just reading just now. Potty Mouth, Don Carlos. Don Carlos was a big one they were talking about. Maybe Don Carlos is the one that I was thinking of from a few years ago. I don't remember. But anyway, humulene. What does it say here? Humulene is a notable sesquiterpene compound named after the plant Humulus lupulus, commonly known as the hops. Both hops and cannabis are members of the Cannabaceae family, which explains their similar terpene profiles. Oh, by the way, we should talk about that. Humulene plays a significant role in the aroma profiles of these plants by adding characteristic spicy, herbaceous, and floral notes. However, its concentration is usually lower than that of other terpenes like beta-caryophyllene, a common terpene, blah, 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 blah. Low volatility, so basically it's going to hang out a little bit longer. Interesting. Okay, good. How do we get on that subject? We were talking about fibromyalgia. Yeah, and they studied the 4 different terpenes: humulene, beta-caryophyllene, linalool, and geraniol. Linalool, how the fuck you say it? Linalool was a big one. Linalool was a big one a few years ago with what's this fuck Ethos. Everyone was just shitting their pants over Ethos's lavender, and it had a bunch of linealol. Anyway, I ended up letting that one go. I had that one. I had like 2 or 3 packs of that one, and I ended up letting it go because I don't know. I really don't want to grow that guy's stuff anyway. And second of all, it was just kind of mediocre. But It did have a beautiful floral scent, though, for sure. More of that kind of almost like lilac aroma. Um, which, by the way, is really, now that I think about it, very unusual in cannabis. I hardly ever encounter like lilac in cannabis. Funny because I used to kind of dislike lilac. It was my mom's favorite flower and favorite aroma, and I guess because of that or something, I was like, yeah, I don't like that fucking smell. But I've gotten more fond of it. Still not my favorite flower, but definitely don't dislike it as much. Slow night tonight. I don't know. If you guys don't want to jump on or whatever, we might just freaking bounce here. I got some stuff
Yeah,
to
we're
do, I guess.
silent. I always
Yeah,
like the
100%. We got people
silent.
watching. Bob Gnarly's in the house. What's up, Bob? Cheers, buddy. Is humulene only an appetite suppressant when THCV is involved? I don't know. THCV certainly is known as an appetite suppressant, so I suppose that could be true. Gosh, it's been so long since we've had any terpene discussions. I don't know if I can have a proper one.
Well, that's
I need
then
to brush out. I
overall
read Cannabis
cannabis
Pharmacy, but I need to go back and reread it. What's that, Bob? Hey,
cannabis
bud?
is like known to give people the munchies, so obviously the opposite of it, suppress it.
Well,
But
again,
then
and I've found it really
certain
depends on the cannabis.
cannabinoids,
Like most of my cannabis doesn't really give me the munchies. Every once in a while, I'll get munchies from something that like, for example, Alien
w-
OG, I think gives me the munchies. A couple other ones that basically I have, but most of my stuff doesn't seem to really give me the munchies. What else?
well,
Um,
I think also that munchie thing is part of like being a new user. Like when I was
little
younger,
bit, yeah.
yeah,
I think older stoners
and
get
then
it
as
too,
you
but if you get the right strain, yeah,
right,
100%.
right. But the like I remember when we were first messing with this stuff as teenagers, yeah, it definitely gave you like, yeah, you
Yeah,
fucking were hungry as fuck.
yeah.
Um, I don't, yeah, I never, well, sometimes, I mean, sometimes I'm just hungry, you know what I mean?
Yeah, that's it. That's it. 100%.
You know, it probably makes it, yeah, it lowers your stress, which will make you, better enjoy eating more. I don't know.
And I don't know, for me, like I don't suffer from nausea or whatever. So for me, having weed that gave me the munchies, I would have selected away from that because that would have been a big problem. I'd weigh fucking 400 pounds, Like if every time I smoked a joint, I was going to the fridge to fucking get some food, like I'd literally be 400 pounds, right? So breeding my own cannabis, I was just talking about this earlier today, like whether or not you intended to do so, if you do any significant breeding and selecting for yourself, you're going to end up creating like a super cannabis for yourself that you could physically not buy anywhere else. Like you literally can't get anything that's as targeted for you as the shit that you bred as a breeder for 2 or 3 years. So for example, whenever I smoke my freaking Morgana or Lima River Rose or whatever, I just get fucked up because basically I've selected them. I just ashed all over my table. I've selected it based on my personal endocannabinoid system, right? And so this is one of the reasons why I always recommend like starting to breed stuff or even just honestly making selections from the stuff that you have. Even just making the selections will target things towards your maybe targeting is the wrong word, but anyway, it'll align things maybe with your endocannabinoid system, and then if you end up breeding those things together and do any line breeding at all, even 1 or 2 generations, you're going to get some stuff that you just physically could not get anywhere else. Uh, it's an interesting, I don't know, it's a huge benefit of home, not even home breeding, to be honest, because arguably you could do the same thing with home growing, like just literally picking clones that do well for you and keeping them and just holding on to them over time. Cannabis strains come and go, and even if you find the right cannabis strain at a dispensary, the farms change. The farms change growers. They change the nutrient regimen that they use. Blah 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 blah. It might not hit the same. It may not affect you the same. Whereas the stuff that you grow yourself, even from a clone that you got at a dispensary at one point, you're going to be able to grow to a far greater consistency, I think, because most home growers don't really change their setup all that much. You're going to get much more consistent results than you ever would at a dispensary. So there's endless reasons to go to do home grow and cut your dependency on the dispensary. I hate to say this because I don't it's not like a begrudge dispensaries. They're freaking living or something, but it says home growing is so much better. Cheers, Jones. He's saying been smoking on some Black
Well,
Soma
I mean, it's
Morgana right
been
now, man.
in here, like, I guess the rec dispensary. So going on 10 years. It hasn't gotten any, it isn't progressing. It's like, it is a bit, like the whole model is
It's
wrong, I
flattening, if
think.
anything. Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
yeah,
flattening.
finding, yeah.
Mm.
Right. It's not like, oh, well, yeah, there was a few years where they went in the wrong direction and they corrected. No, they seem to just be stuck on stupid. And well, a lot of that I get it because the backside of the business part, and that's what you know. It's,
It's still frustrating because if our wine were as shitty as our weed, people wouldn't be buying the wine. Like you
yeah,
wouldn't have people buying $40 bottles of wine and shit if it was just boofy. And actually, when you think about it, how fucking fascinating, because a $40 bottle of wine is actually, halfway decent bottle of wine. It's still not even actually considered a very expensive bottle of wine, mind you. But, if you're going to a friend's house or something, $40 bottle of wine is definitely respectable. An eighth of a halfway decent weed is 35, 40 fucking dollars. Now, okay, how much is an eighth for different people? For me, an eighth is very, very little weed. But for some people, an eighth is a few days worth of weed. So I guess, I don't know, maybe that's even more cost effective than a glass of wine or a bottle of wine. But I don't know, I was just
yeah, because
thinking
a
about it.
bottle of
You
wine
can't even compare the
goes
two, to
pretty
be honest.
quick.
I was just going to say,
So,
like a bottle of wine, I don't know, I guess between two people, yeah, it's just three, four glasses. Um, no, so okay, maybe it is the same thing as an eighth because, you roll two, three joints and you're done with that eighth. Uh,
yeah.
Two fat joints, one enormous joint, three small joints, or medium sized joints, I guess. I don't know. Most people don't roll joints, though, I
Well, I
guess.
mean, I always look at that model. I mean, where beer, alcohol sales, bars, retail, when you buy it, like a mixed drink or a beer, yeah, the profit ratio is massive,
Hmm.
right? Um, if you like try to put that profit ratio into the cannabis, even like, oh, okay, you get it at a wholesale price, but then you're the establishment, yeah, like a one hit would be like $15
Hmm.
or $10 or something, right? Like for them to
It's
make
interesting when you
money.
say it because, for example, the markup on booze is extraordinary. Not talking about beer because I guess I know less about beer now because it's been a long time since I bought a keg of beer. But regardless, when you buy a cocktail, let's say you get a cocktail at a freaking bar, they usually give you a 1, maybe 2 ounce pour of actual alcohol in the cocktail. If you get some drinks, for example, Long Island iced tea or something, depending on the place, it might actually be like 3 ounces of alcohol. That's why you get so fucked up right off the Long Island. But then basically it's just one little ounce from a bottle. So whatever they use, I don't know, Jose Cuervo or fucking, I don't know, just Jack Daniels or whatever else. Like how many ounces in that bottle? Like um,
hmm That's what, yeah,
I can't think of it. Anyway, long story short, that bottle goes a long way for the amount of money that they're going to end up charging for it. So there's a
yeah.
huge profit margin in that individual drink. And so in the same sense, like if you were to go to a weed bar, they would have to end up basically giving you a weed cocktail that would be what's the equivalent of a 1 ounce pour? I mean, a 1 ounce of alcohol is still enough for most people to feel it. And so, for example, if you're going to go driving afterwards, you really can't have much more than an ounce. So I guess the equivalent of that might be for many people like a gram, I guess a gram of weed. That's kind of weird for me to
No,
think about it, but
way
maybe.
less than that,
Well, that's
way
true.
less
Like
than that.
many people when they fill up a
Like
bowl,
I'm
it's like
talking
a
about
half
a
a gram.
bong
I
hit.
guess you're right. Yeah.
I'm talking about like a little snap in a bong hit. That would be the equivalent. You would feel it, right? Just like you feel the one drink, right? I mean, in the ratio of like how they would have to
I mean, so
structure.
yeah, let's roll with it. I don't know. I'm gonna go on the higher end of let's say a gram. I'm being generous, but you're probably right. To be honest, it's going to be like a third of a gram. But
Well,
whatever. We'll
okay,
we'll, we'll
let's
leave it
say
in
it
that
like
range.
this.
So, but let's finish this out. So, you're talking about a gram of weed. Well, what do they charge for a top shelf gram of weed? I don't know. I think it's somewhere between 15 and $20 maybe. So then you have to add something to the experience, the labor and everything else, right? So you're going to end up having to charge 30, $40 for this weed cocktail? Like that's
Well,
just not
that wouldn't even
sustainable in
come
any
close to
universe.
that. Come close to alcohol profit because I mean, let's just say what is a a bottle of the average booze that they're making the drinks out of.
Yeah, a wholesale
$25,
Jack Daniels is going to be
$30.
$12, $15 maybe.
Okay, $12, right?
Yeah.
And then now that one bottle, if you make X amount of drinks out of it, and so yeah, that's a very profitable thing. If you took that same thing and said, all right, let's get $12 worth of weed and
Oh,
make
blanking
that
out how
much
many
money on it,
ounces are in a bottle.
right? Like I don't there's I don't think we'll ever get there, like because yeah, alcohol in the certain setting, bar, restaurant, event,
25.
whatever. Oh, they charge like a very high price for what they're giving you. You know,
So, for example, you get 20, call it 25, 24, what was it? 1 ounce pours, $25. Jesus fucking Christ, I can't talk. I guess I am a little bit high. Long story short, without doing all the math, you're talking about 50 cents per pour per Jack Daniel cocktail. So let's say you get or let's say rum and Coke, for example. It'd be about the same price, like 50 cents or something. So rum and Coke, they're going to charge you. Well, at today's prices, it's literally going to be $15 to $20. But it used to be not too
yeah,
long ago.
right.
It used to be maybe
10.
$10, $12. Yeah, something like that. So for 50 cents of alcohol, and then probably 50 cents of any kind of other juices or mixers that they're going to be basically put in there, the ice is effectively
10
free.
cents.
Yeah, very, very little. So
like
less than a
like rum
dollar,
and
even
Coke.
with labor, and
Coke
they're
is
going to
10
charge you
cents.
at least $10 or now $20. Because the
Yeah.
liquor prices haven't gone up that much. Liquor prices have gone up, but it's not going to be $1 a pour. It's going to be probably 75 cents a pour now. So I don't know. Crazy,
Yeah,
crazy, crazy.
so I always I thought of that when all this so long ago that like yeah they're never gonna like they're not gonna say yeah well we want to start selling weed that same way over the counter at a bar or wherever. Yeah, the for them to make the kind of money that they make out of alcohol, which they don't make anymore because those numbers are continuing just to go down at such a fast pace. It's pretty amazing.
Apparently, the younger
Uh,
generations now under
bought
30
like
barely
uh,
drink.
people still drink, but people don't buy bar. You know,
Oh, did we just lose Bud?
yeah,
I think your
yeah. My
internet might be
Starlink
cutting in and out a little
disconnected.
bit. Oh yeah.
Yeah, let me
Weird
go
that the
back
Starlink.
outside.
So the Starlink isn't always
Sometimes
good, huh?
I don't know. It's cloudy today.
Hmm.
Like,
Oh, here
yeah, I
comes
have
Jeff.
6 bars. Like it's always full bars, but it's still like has this little. It's not perfect. Yeah.
It's always a full bar when your mom is dancing.
But it works for the most part.
Now,
Here's Jeff. Jeff's in the house,
Oh, nice.
setting up.
Frankie.
We usually wait 20 minutes before we say hello, so I'm trying to make it nice and early this time. Right as he's walking in. Hey, Jeff, what's up?
Yeah, hey, yeah. They changed something. I'm getting the background going. How's it going, everyone?
Thanks,
Been
Oh,
listening.
did they do it
Alright.
for you too? Yeah, they wipe the Zoom. I think updated and wiped like almost everything.
Yeah, I was working in the room, the grow room. Moved the CO2 tank in there, right in the room. I was keeping it out of it. But now the room's not even filled anymore where I grow. So, yeah, I put it right in the room this way because it always leaks CO2. I think I've over tightened it a lot in the past. I've stripped
Yeah.
Do
the
you use
threads. I
just
told you that.
a tank and what is it called? I can't think of the machine
Regulator.
that just a regulator.
Yeah, I've already tightened it
Yeah,
so much. But
yeah, and it's brass. They
the
use
washer's
brass, which
stuck in
is
there.
soft. Yeah, it's never meant to be over tightened. But that's your tendency to make sure you get a good seal, but that actually is what fucks it up.
Yeah, because it leaks. I have a meter in there, and it gets up to one time it got over the meter, just said high, got over, as high as it would go
Well, a lot of
in
times
the
with the leak,
morning.
then you'll see like a little bit of moisture or cold, like on the valve. It'll like
Okay.
freeze up a little if it's leaking a little. You know, yeah, I've done that too, over tighten those things and fucked them up.
What PPM do you use, Jeff, or is it just the like low, medium, high?
Yeah, it's not real high. I just try to maintain like 700, 800 or so. because the room's not
Have you noticed
airtight.
a difference? Since have you always used it, or I guess I've never heard you use the CO2. Have you always used it, or no?
Yeah, yeah, because there's air conditioning, so it's somewhat closed. I mean, for a while I was running it open. I might go back to open again because it's a pain in the ass getting tanks and everything. But
And they've gone up in price, haven't they?
yeah, yeah, they have.
I've thought about using CO2 in the winter because I sort of unintentionally created a sealed room in my garage. Excuse me. I don't know, depending on my future plans here in this house, I might not really mess with it, to be honest, because I might just kind of give it a rest in the winter. It's so difficult, like in the cold, to keep the temperature up and stuff. So I might just give it a rest in the wintertime. But if I continue, I'm like, oh, I actually could probably use CO2, honestly, because it's a sealed room. The plants literally do deplete all that CO2, and I've never seen that before because I've never really run sealed rooms. Even when I was in the basement, there was enough. Well, I had enough other stuff going. I had a bunch of plants and stuff, so there was always, I think, enough CO2, or I, come and go and stuff. So there was like the plants never showed any signs of CO2 deficiency. And I got plenty of yield and stuff, so I never really had any problems. And then, for example, in the wintertime, like we're running the heater anyway, and so the heater's generating CO2, but also churning around the house. So we always had fresh air in the basement. So anyway, regardless. It's never been useful, and so I never really felt that it was warranted, basically, right?
Well, I can tell
But
you this much,
go
my
ahead.
experience. I used to just move air, and back then there was no reason to supplement CO2 because the air's going in and out faster than your supplement. But we used to have an elaborate way they sold the controllers. Then the fans would shut off for a minute, and then the CO2 would go up, and then the fans would come back on. That was when I moved air. When I went sealed room, and then immediately you have to put, yeah, if you're sealed room, you have, because CO2 is an essential element in plant growth. You have to supplement it because I had I had meters and gauges that, all that. If I use CO2 generators, if something had, uh, uh, well, I used to use propane to power those 5 gallon things or natural gas if the place had it. Um, if whatever the CO2 went out, it would be like in less than an hour. Your CO2, like they calibrate around 400 uh, ppms is like natural. Uh, that's what's the calibration point of like what's in the air naturally. So like, yeah, it would be down like under 100 and fast because the plants eat that eat the CO2 that's there, and you're not putting in any more. And then sometimes I'd go in my room and later, hours after being on, and yeah, the gauge would say it was that low. I would troubleshoot and find that CO2 wasn't on or whatever happened. I use tanks too, but yeah, if you're sealed up, you have to you have to supplement CO2. And I find, yeah, I was never a person that like had good results with high levels of CO2. Some people like to run at 1400, higher than that. I always just run like Jeff's number 7 or 8.
Yeah, I just
There'd
want
be
to
a
make
week
it
or
better. They say
yeah, and
around
that's
I think a
like that's
thousand is
almost
where you really jumps
yeah.
the
Well, some
performance,
of
but
it is, and I've learned in my later years of all this info being, if you're going to push other inputs, more light, more the V the V VPA and whatever favorite person of it VPD, then you like you can't just expect that having higher CO2 is going to do anything without higher everything else. You know what I mean? It's like if you're going to push, you have to push everything basically. But I found that around 7 800 that would be, and that's almost double. Now, when I first get started learning about CO2, we used to calibrate at 300. Like in the 90s, the it was 300, and then went up to 400 now, because that's like that's the CO2 in the atmosphere. It's gone up. Because yeah,
yeah,
when I
I don't
first
even
bought
calibrate
gauges
it.
and in meters, Um, well, it's probably self-calibrates to a degree. Yeah.
And and at an altitude too is some difference too here in
Well, like even how
Colorado.
you calibrate it is like before you put it in a seal group, you're supposed to like turn it on in like wherever, like
Like outside somewhere.
yeah, where it's for
Yeah,
the average CO2 and it just matches it to that
yeah.
is its calibration.
But I'm just trying to help everything out, and yeah, it definitely
And
likes
I've seen
having
plenty
CO2,
of
good
grows
CO2 in
look
there.
pretty
It definitely
good
makes the plants
without
all
it.
happier.
It's not like such an essential element that the plant will die. I mean, maybe eventually, like no, but
I mean, I've said this I don't know how many times. It is the primary
It
macronutrient,
is.
like
yeah,
we always talk about NPK, this, that, and the other thing, but literally the entire plant is built out of CO2.
yeah,
Yeah. They talk about
yeah.
like prehistoric times, like CO2 was something like 2 or 3,000 parts per
Mm.
million.
That's actually
Yeah.
how the dinosaurs got so big, actually. Yeah. There's a whole
Yeah.
knock-on effect because the herbivores end up getting bigger and more ubiquitous because there's just so much fuck off vegetation to eat basically, and so there's just so many fucking herbivores that weigh 10,000 pounds that there's got to be some tyrannosaurs to eat
Yeah.
them basically, right? Or the world will be filled with brontosauruses. So basically that's what allowed fuck off big tyrannosaurs.
Yeah, it's ironic. That too bad it's a greenhouse gas and we want to reduce it. But really, the plants love, like, we're actually, every time we burn something, like, the plants, it helps the plants whenever we produce
Yeah.
CO2. But it's a
Well,
greenhouse
like
gas,
you're
so
saying, the tanks, like yeah, no, tanks were a pain in the ass, and so and at my scale, I mean, I wasn't that big. I used what they call a CO2 generator. All that is basically you whatever size you buy, 8 burner, 4 burner. They're little pilot lights, like the same kind of uh,
yeah, I never
pilot
liked
light
those.
that's on your stove. Well, even when those first came out, the big danger were they were, fires and stuff started from them because like
Yeah, the
now,
pilot light can go out. Yeah.
if there's an earthquake, if it's off balance, it has automatic shut off, right? Um, where the early ones they just were on, and then that was like the safety that they brought in that like yeah, if mine was like if you like if somehow you bumped into it, it would shut it off. It was hanging, but because it had those are the safety features of the new ones where they have like shut offs for a bunch of reasons.
Interesting that you bring that up because there used to be a lot of fires in California every time there was an earthquake. Gas lines would be severed or whatever, or pilot light would go out or whatever, and the place would fucking basically the next day. Like not even the same day. The next day when people came back to work, all of a sudden the fucking place goes up because there's a huge gas leak. So yeah, all those new safety features have actually made a huge difference.
Yeah. So I mean, I used them for a long time, and they're like they're nothing to be afraid of. It's pretty simple, and it's just this littlest flame. And they don't need to come on that much. They come on, bring it up, they go up. It's the most cost effective. I mean, now propane that that was a little more costly than tanks. But then if you have gas, like natural gas, like a gas line, that's like so cheap. It's a couple dollars a month
Hmm.
because it's just the time. It's like a pilot light.
Yeah, what the nice thing is, like, you don't exchange the tanks. I never liked doing that because you never know that where they've been, and it's kind of like a
Well,
social
exactly.
disease.
What we say about
Well,
Like
what
to
they've
be
Wolverine.
been
honest, like
spraying on them.
you bring that up, that would mean that really at this level, when people exchange them, the place should have like a dunk or something to make sure there's no spider mites, no this, no
Yeah,
that, no powdery mildew spores on a tank coming out of somebody else's place, and now you just
spores. I
well,
didn't even think of that. Yeah.
Those
you know,
zombies speaking of
and whatever else, because I mean, most of the time the company just comes, picks up the empty tanks and gives them, the tanks are just constantly being recycled through, you know, your tank. You'll never see your tank again, or odds are
Yeah.
you won't. And sometimes you have a pretty good one, and then you exchange it, you get one
Yep.
that's beaten
Yeah.
up.
I gave back that broken one though, the one with the stripped threads. They took it.
Yeah, well, yeah.
It actually it could have come like that. I mean, I really don't know. All I know is
Well, I'm telling
I
you that
had it. It
for
was
whatever reason
stripped.
that the
Whether I got it
fitting.
like that, I
Okay,
don't know.
here's the thing: the regulators are made out of brass, but the nozzle, the valve on the tank is made out of steel.
Yeah,
And
yeah,
then that's the thing. It's the steel will, brass, like most in plumbing, brass goes to brass. You don't do uh, steel into brass fittings, right? But there it's a steel, or I think it's steel. It's the valve on the tank, but then the hose or the regulators brass.
yeah, yeah.
And
Some
it's a pressurized thing, obviously, but yeah, no, it's not meant to be. It's it's not, really almost just hand tight. Like don't ever crank it like that because it will when it's newer it'll work like that. But the washer and all that, it's not designed. It's designed to just be
nah, yeah. The
yeah
washer's wedged in there now, so it
yeah
doesn't spin anymore freely. I gotta rotate the
yeah
whole regulator, not just the
yeah.
nut. You
And once
know.
I got figured that out over time, yeah, I would just hand tighten it and just a teeny bit further.
Yeah, I'm
Um,
going into this though, like thinking like, oh, yeah, regulators are disposable items. I'll have to get another one probably in a couple of years.
yeah,
That
yeah,
if it lasts that long, that'll be okay.
yeah. Well, I mean, it would probably last a long time if you hooked it up to something that you didn't unhook it from like every couple of
Yeah.
weeks or
Oh yeah,
month, twice
yeah,
a month.
yeah. That'd be
That's the
yeah, that'd
wear
be
and tear.
great. Yeah.
You know, and you're
So I'm
not
not even
supposed
gonna
to
tighten it
use
much
like
anymore.
Teflon tape and stuff like that. That fitting's not meant for that. But sometimes you know, you
No,
gotta do what you got to do to get a good seal.
no, it doesn't make an airtight seal with the threads.
Yeah, no, yeah, because it's not meant for that.
Yeah, yeah. Just that washer and some pressure,
There's
but
a certain, I don't know the name, but there's a certain name for that type of valve. But it's made from brass, soft
hey, I
metal.
came across something today. You ever hear of this is just something totally different, but it was called the Green Lightning. This is just kind of off the wall, but I just heard about this today, so it was on my mind. This is like for big ag, and it's like this unit that makes nitrogen fertilizer in the field from taking nitrogen from the air, and like supposedly just using it like it uses a spark, like basically to, and somehow using that. So that's where the lightning thing is comes from. And supposedly though, it doesn't use a lot of electricity. It's
Wow.
pretty efficient. Yeah.
Well, that
So
makes sense because this is an oxygen. I mean, the air we breathe is like only so much oxygen, so much CO2,
yeah,
and so
and
much
that's the
nitrogen,
most. Yeah,
mostly nitrogen.
nitrogen's yeah the most. So
Yeah. Yeah.
it makes like
Yeah.
nitric acid. I think maybe something else too. But so it also makes an acid, which I guess farmers
Well,
like something
I saw
acidic
a
too
thing.
for
Well, first
soil.
I heard about someone who was talking about it on some other show, but I saw the article or the means thing myself. So they have these tractors now that have UV lights or that they run over the field crops for IPM, pest management. So there is like
Oh,
some
that's pretty
truth to it.
cool.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool.
They're like that the
Like in the
picture
grow
was like it was
rooms,
yeah,
but more
you
big.
know,
Yeah, it's a good idea. Rather, yeah, I mean, I like that better than spraying stuff on crops.
yeah. There's these big tractors that are outfitted with these. Well, the picture in the article was like it was around dusk, but it looks like a UFO picture at first until you realize it's just a tractor with these fucking lights out in the field.
Huh. Wow, yeah,
It's bright.
it's
It's not that even when this other guys were talking about it, it's like that's the kind of UV that's causes cancer and all that. So like whoever's operating the tractor has to have protection and shit like that.
yeah. I mean, I'm thinking about like the beneficial bugs though. It might be bad for them.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
yeah.
It's almost like I can see a Godzilla movie coming out of it almost in the future. But that's pretty cool. Yeah,
Let
that's
me
pretty
just
cool.
bounce in real quick, gentlemen. I assume you want to keep talking because it seems like the
Yeah.
conversation is actually pretty interesting tonight, honestly. I have some
Mhm.
stuff to do, so I'm probably going to step away. I might step away basically for the rest of the evening. So the question is, do you guys want to keep it running? That's the first question,
Sure.
basically. All right, right
Yeah.
on.
We'll
Yeah,
keep
for a
And
little
going.
then,
yeah.
actually, to be honest, that was the only question because now it basically is just a reminder for me, folks. If you'd like to hop on, this would be a great time for you to hop on. Pardon the dank is saying, "Cheers, Proton Pump. Good to see you." I forgot to give you some shit for the proton pumps again. Good reminder, Florinugs. I mean, just the fact that some gross store or whoever has people thinking about proton pumps, it just fucking blows my mind. Like, literally every eukaryote has a proton pump system going on, so we probably share that with kelp. So, you know what I mean? Like, it's what the fuck? Why are you talking about proton pumps? Anyway,
Your
Yeah,
mom
it was,
loves
it was
your mom
the
loves the proton
hydroponic
pumping. 100%
force
she does,
feeding.
D.
It
What's
was the
that?
hydroponic force feeding thing. That was it. That the plants do have some control. That's not, you know. I just a lot of people say that. I heard
It's
somebody
not a
say it just
logical
recently
argument
too.
though. It's just not though because you can visibly observe like you see the
It's
how do
another
I say
point of
this?
view.
You see the I guess where I say this maybe it's not as clear of a metaphor as I'm making it. I'll say it anyway. Bud's style of growing, at least his previous style, I don't know exactly how he's growing now, with the Grodan cubes, the entire final cube is no bigger than what, 6 by 6 or something, or was it an eight
Yeah.
by eight?
Oh, those are the
Yeah.
Hugos. Those 6x6.
Yeah, like a 6 by 6 cube. This is not a lot of rock wool, and there's nowhere for the water to go. And many of the places actually do no runoff, so they basically pour the nutrient at a very high ppm into that rock wool, and it goes nowhere. Where else is it
Yeah.
going?
Well, they
There's no
call it
amount of
stacking the
proton pumping
EC.
that can make that plant turn down the fucking anything that you gave it. Like it's going straight
And
up into
and
that plant.
Oh,
and
yeah,
I
the
already know that
rhizosphere.
that's not the ultimately way to do it, except that the reason that the big grows and legal market does it is that runoff water is considered what they call gray water or
Mm.
black water. So it has to be kept in a tank outside.
Oh,
It can't go
California.
down.
Yeah.
Well, sure,
And it's
most
like
states.
hazardous waste disposal, right?
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah, hazardous waste
I mean, to
disposal is
be
pretty
honest, it
expensive.
isn't all that great. You know, like I have to be honest, it isn't all that great to dump that in because it causes algal blooms and stuff, which is a real problem. And
Yeah,
water
okay.
filtration has no way to filter it out. So there is some logic behind it, but it's still, as a grower, you're like,
And so they
hazardous
basically
waste, bro. I could fucking swim in that if I wanted to.
water
Yeah, it is a funny
where
thing though.
there's no runoff. Like even sometimes oh, and yeah, I don't say much, but I know weed. Some of this weed grown that way, it's like, yeah, it's pretty. You can almost taste the newts. It's like I sometimes I'm like, yeah, that needed to be flushed. No, there's no flush in there, right? Like, oh, they might have the last couple days lower EC feed, but by then you've like built up so much in the cube or the cocoa, it's ridiculously high. Like, but that method, which they figured out ways to get yields off of it by pushing all the other inputs, right? That's how they get 3 and 4 or 5 pounds of light. Um, but that's not like that doesn't grow good weed. Okay, that grows lots of weed. That doesn't grow good weed. That's just my experience for sure. Less is more. Like, yeah, they need what they need, but they don't need a lot of it. Like giving it more never made it better. So
Except for
I
with
was
your
always
mom.
less. Yeah, but that's their method. But a lot of that methodology came from the rules around the methods they have to use. That's
Really makes me wonder if they
like
didn't just cut out the feeding, because traditionally these days I think a lot of people are just cutting their feeding back, especially towards the last, in terms of nutrient feeds, towards the last half of flower. So it makes me think like, okay, instead of flushing, could they not have just cut back the AC tremendously so that the plant was just eating a little bit
no.
more of what it was in there? But I don't know, they probably worked through that. It doesn't
Well,
probably fucks
beyond
the
that, I
yield or
would
something. I don't know.
dial back the ppm or the EC way back by the end, and sometimes flush with plain water for a day or two. Um, I would, and I saw the results of it. Maybe once a week. There's some times when I felt extra energy. I would, when I went to change the reservoirs, because I didn't drain the waste, I recirculated. Yeah, I would give them a day of just plain pH water, and then the next day pump that out and go back to a nutrient. And yeah, the plant responded to that. Like they're doing it the opposite way. They're like stacking. The whole idea is there's no runoff, so like whatever you're putting in there is just staying in there. You know what I mean? Like okay, whether it's a cocoa or Rockwell, especially, um, yeah, it's like a sponge.
Hmm.
It's whatever nutrients it's staying in the Rockwell, and yeah, like I remember
And that's the
they
thing. You
used
could probably just cut the AC way back. They're probably just wasting money on nutrients. But those big grows, I guess the nutrient is probably the lowest expense. Honestly, they're probably wasting money on nutrients the last half of flower because the cubes are probably so full of nutrients that it doesn't even matter
yeah,
anymore.
and Jungle
Yeah.
Boys like they all started using Athena. Now they have foods designed because I know like a lot of the the nutrient brands. If you ran the nutrients that high, you would get leaf twirl,
Hmm.
tip burn. There's a point where the plant's got too much, it can't, it's damaging the
Which is really
plant.
bonkers when
But
you think about it. Like, where else, in what other industry? I can't think of another industry when you look at the instructions and the instructions are deliberately wrong. Like, when you buy a camera or anything else, you look at the instructions and you follow them because those are the right ones. Tools, same thing. I don't know, maybe tools, some things are exaggerated. Or Q-tips. Q-tips are a good one. Oh, never put them in your ear, which is what 99% of people do. But generally speaking, the instructions are safe, appropriate, and even the right way to do it. But with cannabis, somehow the nutrient says give the fucking plants enough to actually kill them, basically, because we want to sell more nutrients. Like
yeah,
we don't push back enough on that. That is an absolute horseshit business model.
yeah, you figure by now they've cleaned that up. I get
Yeah.
how at the beginning it was like the dark ages of the game,
Yeah.
but yeah, now like even on here, like if it's a new grower or whatever, and the first advice I've ever given anyone is only use like maybe start off
Mm.
a quarter strength, maybe you'll find a half strength, but never use the product at what strength they say. Right? There's no label I know on any of the main products or brands that you would use it at the level they say. That would be too much.
Absolute
But
fucking
that's what they
bonkers.
put on there. And the only reason they put that on there is for you to use the product faster and sell more of it.
Which is, again,
Even though,
absolutely ridiculous and short sighted and a sign that the industry is fucked up. It basically means that those companies don't have any faith
yeah,
in you as a return customer, which means either their product sucks donkey shit or you're never going to come back because growers just don't keep growing or something. And so, either way, they have to milk you right now. They can't hope to get money from you in the future, they have to get it right now. It's really kind of ridiculous, to be perfectly honest with you. I don't know how this situation developed. I think it's just this constant
yeah,
gold rush mentality that everybody seems to have. I
yeah,
don't know, really bizarre.
yeah. And
All right,
because I was like one of those people for so many years, along with all the other, we were really gullible. Like the companies that made these products and marketed us, we were very like I know in the end in their boardrooms or in their meetings about all this. Yeah, they could tell us anything and we'd buy it.
Well, it was so profitable that famously, and I'm not trying to talk shit about the guy in any way, but it is an amusing name. I have to be honest. Although I haven't seen him for a long time, and I hope he's doing all right. Grandmaster Level, the guy that sells the lights, like famously, his name was named after the highest tier of advanced nutrients usage schedule. It was basically like the one where, because their whole thing was like there was different. I don't even know what they called them. The big motherfucker, and then like there was all the, oh, if you want to start here as the beginner, you're the small alligator. Can't remember how they,
That
but
was
it
like
was
with
all
all
like
the
it was like
products.
this testosterone bullshit, right? And so the top level was like, oh, this is the grandmaster level with literally every single bottle they make, and it was just a comical amount of bottles. Like it might have, dude, I don't even know. It might have been 47 bottles because I
Yeah.
remember House and Garden or whatever. They literally, unironically, had a feed schedule that was if you used everything, it was like 40 fucking bottles. So I don't think Advanced was quite as bad, but pretty close. And so
Well, no, I
famously,
think
this
Advance
guy
had the
who has
most of
gone
those.
on to have a whole life and he has farms and stuff now. I'm sure he doesn't do that anymore now. But once upon a time, when the profit margin was high enough, poor guy would go to the grocery store, not grocery store, or grocery store, and spend how much per visit? I mean, they must have literally rolled out the red carpet for a guy like that, right? Because I mean, I swear he must drop 5 grand every visit, right? Because
Well, I
he
can
probably bought
remember
the
even
big jugs
myself.
because he had some pretty decent sized grows, so he must have bought the big jugs, and he's buying 20 bottles of these things. Fuck off.
Back at that time, the game was so profitable. You go to the store with a big old pocket full of profit or whatever, and you didn't even think twice what anything cost. That wasn't, you didn't ask, oh well, how much is that or that. No, you put all whatever on the cart, went to the counter and paid and left and felt good about it, right? Because
Getting go.
it was like it was still like reasonable. And then over the years, I started as things tightened up. Oh, I really concentrate on how much all that stuff cost and what stuff was more cost effective than other stuff. And yeah, the whole game changed that way. But back in for a lot of years, oh yeah, and they had little last jars that they want 100 and some odd dollars for, and all kinds of things. Even Power SI, it seems like they I don't hear so much from them anymore. I'm sure they have a loyal customer base, but I never
Dude, those
really thought
products
that
are
stuff.
crazy expensive, and what do
Yeah,
you really get for it? Like
yeah.
stiffer stems? I don't know. Like, do you get better flour that you can sell? I don't think so.
No, no. A bunch of things weren't even.
And that's the thing. That's one of the reasons why you don't hear about a lot of this stuff. And sure enough, many of us were saying for years now that a lot of that stuff is kind of nonsense. Now, not all of it is complete nonsense, right? There are still people that use silica, but they don't use the crazy monosilicic acid, whatever the shit that was, I don't even,
Yeah.
thousands of dollars per gallon. Like, fuck off.
Well, even
Like
the build
famously,
a
the most
slow.
expensive thing in the grocery store. I remember because I'd hang out with the grocery store, just shoot the shit or whatever for a few minutes. We would joke around because the things that got shoplifted were always the least expensive things in the store. They were just closest to the door, whereas the things that were like right behind the counter, or even actually, as I remember, not even behind the counter, there was a whole, what was it? It was a whole Mills. I think it was Mills. There was a whole aisle of Mills stuff, and they had bottles of Vitalize just sitting right there. And if you knew, because most people didn't check the prices, or I think in those cases they didn't have prices marked, if you knew, there were like $1,200 bottles of silica. And it wasn't even a big bottle. It was like a quart bottle of fucking silica. And it's
Yeah.
literally, I don't remember, 800 or $1,000. So if you wanted to shoplift, I mean, I don't know where you can sell a bottle of Vitalize, but you could go and you could literally take 2 or 3 bottles of those things and fucking run out, and you basically committed like a fucking felony level theft. Ridiculous. Absolutely
Yeah.
ridiculous.
Well,
Silica water,
some of that
bro.
stuff.
It's just, I
No,
can't even.
no.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
That was the narrative. A lot of those companies that came in with that Sark mentality, they're not around today. Those products aren't around. But
No.
they had their day. They made some money
Mm.
and probably good when it lasted.
I guess. Good for them at least. All right.
I remember when Boom Boosters was like everything, all the
Oh my
zero
God,
fifty
yeah.
thirties.
Yeah. And then there was the whole sugar craze. You got to feed your plants a sweetener and blah 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 blah.
Well, that's still that's still like
Oh, is
a
it still a
thing.
big thing? Oh, nice. Very
Yeah,
nice.
like they have all those flavored sugar waters, which
Never mind that
like,
plants don't work that way. It just doesn't.
well,
It just
even the
don't work
fact
that
that
way.
their directions is basically to use it toward the end.
Yeah.
I mean, if it was to have any benefit, it would be to feed whatever microbial life the whole way through. You know,
And it's
they
the level, it's the kind of level of horse shit that it actually clouds real science. So, for example, adding a little bit of actual sugar to your organic crop, and I think you can also use this on synthetically fed crops as well, can be super beneficial for yield and quality. But we're talking about a completely different thing than what we were just talking about, where we're talking about bloom boosters with sugar at the end of flower. Like, fuck off. It's just a complete waste.
well, but a lot of that stuff had its popularity, and they were the free handout magazines, which
Yeah, yeah.
what do they call that? Something
Yeah, and
yield.
especially the trade shows, they get the hot chicks in skimpy clothing to
Yeah, I
basically
mean,
hand out the shit. Yeah, yeah.
and as like a group of people during that era, yeah,
Is that what you want
we
to do
were
tonight?
gullible. Like we were gullible. These companies worked up these business models and unleashed them out onto the scene and cashed in, and you know, some people swore by it, other people, I was always I'm a skeptic, so
Hmm.
I used a lot of products. My friend owned the store, so I was like his sample guy.
Yeah, if you get
A
the
lot of
stuff
times
for
before he
free, it's
carried.
fine. But if you're paying for the shit, holy
But I
fuck.
remember there was molasses. There were so many
Mm.
things that we like were what
The
was the
Humboldt
next
honey.
thing.
Say it again.
Yeah,
Humboldt
Humboldt
honey.
honey.
Humboldt
Yeah.
honey. I
Yeah,
remember that name, brand.
yeah. Which now, I mean, even then, that used to fuck up my drippers and yeah. Like
If
there's
there's one lesson I will teach you tonight, gentlemen, everybody listening, all the twerkers and the berserkers, don't fucking fall for this sugars bullshit. Don't buy expensive fucking sugars. If you do use a little bit of sugar for your crop, look it up. There's actually some science behind this, some very good, very proven science. But you'll end up using, like, for an acre, you'll use a couple pounds of sugar. It's that kind of thing. So, you're using maybe a teaspoon or a tablespoon of sugar for your decent sized grow. And that's in certain times in the early to middle of flowering, and that'll increase yield and quality, but not sweeteners
well,
for
most
the
of
blah blah blah
that
blah
whole
blah. And
sugar
what that's doing
water.
actually is it's stimulating the rhizosphere. Basically, it's not even stimulating the rhizosphere. It's stimulating the fungal field basically around the rhizosphere and kind of preloading them a little bit. I don't remember exactly how it was
Yeah,
I do
phrased,
the
but
but
same
then
anyway.
thing.
they all had flavors like grape,
You
sour
Oh
apple,
yeah, that's all
like
complete and total fucking horse shit. Holy fuck shit. I'm gonna have my redwood tree boof some grape juice. Yeah, okay. Okay,
no,
let's go
and
do that.
like
Let's go do
if
that.
what you're growing needs
Let's
that,
see
then
if let's
you
see if
go the wrong
Hyperion
trade.
wants to boof some
Like,
grape juice. Don't do that, by the way, because that would be fucking super fucked up. But I mean, like,
and
it's just like, have you ever thought about that? Instead of your cannabis plant boofing grape juice, have you thought, I wonder what would happen if my tomato boofed grape juice? And you'd probably slap yourself because it sounds so fucking stupid. If one of your friends told you that you'd think that they had a brain injury. But somehow the weed people are falling for this shit. Oh, I think my
yeah,
weed plant can taste the grape juice because bro, just no.
step
yeah,
away.
no. But
Grape
Step away from the cannabis plant. Step away from the grape juice. That's it.
well,
It's harder to do that
there,
stuff with the internet nowadays.
Say it again.
yeah,
Yeah,
the internet plus like the communication we all have with each
yeah,
other.
yeah. It was just like the
I read.
forums or something, But
Yeah,
now, yeah,
that's
you
fair.
can't
Yeah,
fool
that's
people
true.
as much as easily, as
Not
No,
long
that, but
for as long. Also, yeah, I think that was part of it. But
eh.
it.
well,
Do you think
also
those
I think
people had
another
had
part of it.
did anyone at Advanced Nutrients really know agriculture or anything
They
with?
had
They hired.
agronomists. I mean, they got big enough that they actually did have agronomists. They were just
They
up
did.
the river, or up across the river and stuff. They're probably like 100 miles from me, but they were in like what Woodland, Washington, I want to say. Yeah, maybe not even
Well,
50 miles up
Advanced
from me. But anyway,
Nutrients, isn't that
regardless,
guy called Big
they
Mike or
got big.
something?
I mean, it was a multi-million-dollar company, and so they had not only the salespeople, but they had apparently agronomists and whatever. So there's certainly, and that makes me actually kind of sad for them because imagine going to school and learning fucking agronomy and all that kind of stuff, and then actually have to go to work for that fucking garbage. But it's a job. Most
Well,
people
I
don't like their
also
job.
like why Advanced Nutrients was like a world had its market share worldwide is they distributed to a lot of countries that the other companies didn't. So like in places in South America or whatever, you could get advanced nutrients
Huh.
where you
Who
couldn't
was
get GH or this or that.
were the
Now it
Dutch
might be more
first?
global, but way back, like that was a lot of their strength as a company. They
Were,
sold a decent amount in the United States, but they had.
were the Dutch first
Remember, the guy was he
like
was like
Canna
a little
Nutrients or
flathead.
House
His
and
name's Big
Gardens?
Mike. He had a Ferrari. He had ads where he was with his Ferrari and stuff. He was like
Yeah, he was
he was
over
a
the top.
baller.
But were they
Yeah,
the first, or like there was General Hydroponics too, which was also a big one though too.
yeah,
But
but they've always
they were
kept it
different.
pretty
They were
straight.
simple as could be.
Well, I'm a
They were the
GH guy.
opposite.
Like they were early on. They actually formulated their products to grow cannabis. They were in Santa Rosa. They weren't that big. It was two old guys that were the partners before they sold it to Scott's Miracle Grow or whatever.
Uh, man.
They had a real R&D. They weren't just white labeling uh, products. Like they had made their stuff. And this, I have nothing bad to say about GH.
The
Now it's
cannabis
owned by
legalization was
whatever,
like
Bear or whatever. But
it's like the internet boom for techies, but for ag people and all the people that knew the science about growing. When cannabis, when people, people that didn't know anything and started wanting to know how to grow cannabis, and they could come out with all these products, that, oh, well, some of them did stuff, oh, some of them didn't, and they if they had good
They
marketing too,
benefited from the
especially,
fact
but
that there was no testing
they're
involved.
so
Yeah, to be
lucky.
honest. And I have to
yeah,
be frank, I think most of these people were willing grifters. And I can say, I'm not going to say the names, but I can think of a few people that got caught in the grift and made a big fucking, scene on Instagram, whatever else. But the reality is they knew what they were doing. They were grifting from the very first
yeah,
fucking
yeah,
second with some of the canned
yeah,
microbes and all kinds of bullshit that they threw out. Yeah.
yeah.
Not to say the
And I mean, there
microbes are
was an
bad, but
era
some of the stuff that was being
where
sold
there
was
were
just
certain
shit.
products that were using PGRs to be
Mhm.
competitive,
Oh yeah.
and they knew, and they knew exactly what they were doing. They did.
Well,
Yeah, they like even
the
though
bug
like
sprays.
especially at the beginning events back in the High Times era. Yeah, it was like a kumbaya, like everybody in the cannabis industry or whatever. But I've never felt like those people, those companies are our friends because they really aren't, right?
And that's the thing.
They
I think a
looked at
lot of
us,
people do somehow think that those people are their friends, but no, they are selling you shit. They are on that.
yeah,
They are on
Yeah.
that.
and they're not selling
Yeah,
you shit at a fair
not
profit
at
rate.
all. Yeah.
No,
It's
they're
extortionate. Yeah, exactly. The markups are extortionate. Yeah, we were just talking about how
yeah,
the cocktail that costs, $20 at the freaking bar now is 50 cents to $1 in alcohol, and the other $19 is markup. These fucking bottles of nutrients are worse because famously it's
worse. Yeah,
99% water. And so they're
yeah,
literally
no.
they're getting these nutrients from big barrels from fucking China. This is all easily it's traceable and everything else, right? And then they're just diluting it with water and putting it in a
Well,
fucking
here,
plastic
and
jug.
I imagine a lot of, I mean, there's been a huge shakeup and change in this whole thing. A lot of it has to do with the value, the price.
Hmm.
So back then, when the price was 4,000 a pound and higher and all this stuff, well, then that their whole pricing thing was part of it.
Yeah.
And then now that things have changed, most of those companies can't come off their price, even though they should, right? They still want 30, 40, 50
Hmm.
dollars a gallon for stuff, right? Um, that costs
But what
them,
clown
like
would
you
buy it?
say,
Yeah, 100%.
80 cents worth of fucking
And like you
mud.
say, if
Like,
you're big enough and you can do this as a farm. You don't even have to do this as a cannabis farm. You mentioned that Jungle Boys has their nutrients made for them. I mean, as a halfway decent sized farm, you can basically, like, this is one of the services that the farm companies do. You can get them to basically tailor a nutrient regimen for your place, and they'll mix it up and everything else and deliver
Yeah.
it in dry form, wet form, whatever the fuck. And if you're growing corn or whatever the fuck, sorghum or whatever the shit, they'll basically design a nutrient thing for you.
Yeah.
So it's honestly not surprising that anybody with any size farm would basically start doing that. It's, I'm sure, cheaper, probably better in the long run.
Yeah. You just have, to formulate your own, you have to pay the cost of the formulation and purchase X amount of it to make it worth the company. Grow more to company. It's in Torrance that's what they do. They formulate whatever nutrients for whoever. A lot of
Oh, I've
companies
heard of them. Yeah.
white label their stuff. Yeah,
Mm.
they make salts, they make liquids, they make everything.
Mm.
A lot of the CalMag is one company's CalMag. Everyone just bottles it and puts their label on it.
Not surprising.
Only a couple companies actually make their own CalMag, and GH is one of them.
Hmm. All right, I'm gonna bounce. I got
Yeah,
some shit to do.
I
In fact,
mean,
it might be too
yeah,
late to go to the
there's nothing
store, but
good to
I'll
say
try.
about all that. But most of that, the market share has shrunk to next to nothing.
Hmm.
They've taken bigger hit than anybody
All
in the
right,
last so many years.
maybe I'll just.
Even like my nephew is running this stuff, HGV, right? And they have like I forget the bags of salt. Oh, God, I can't remember the name offhand.
The
Okay,
Mumgo
so
Farm.
the micronutrient bag is actually the same stuff that this big ag company, I can't remember its name, makes. Where now the flower and the bloom food is actually you have to buy from them, but it was like a fifth of the price, and it's the exact same stuff. They're just buying this thing from a big salt ag supplier, not for cannabis, and then putting it in their bag as their micro uh part of the three part.
Yeah.
And they charge like 120 per bag, but you can buy the stuff for like 20 a bag from the actual company that produces what they buy and bag up. They don't make that one. The other two they make, but yeah. So he was buying that pallets of that for like a fifth of the price of if you bought it through the line. He some other growth guy told him, yeah, you could just buy this stuff. It's the exact same shit. And it's only like 25 a bag, not 120 a bag or something like that. Yeah, that kind of stuff never works. It
Do
used
any
to
of the big
work.
grows grow organically in soil?
Well, there's a few, I think. There's the one in Vegas, and mm, I mean, in the end, some of that gets into like I don't think that's as
That's
viable as a business as the
yeah, it's
business model
scale.
they run.
It's harder.
Yeah, yeah, and it has its own, as you know, has its own set of complications that can be dealt with, but you know, they have this certain model that most of them use, and that's why all the shit that's pretty much produced by them are like called mids.
Hmm.
Like they have a business model. They've figured out a way to stay in business with the high yields and all that, but it's not doing a favor for the end user. You know, you can't like once you start scaling. Like I've said this on here too many times. You can't name anything else that like scales up and gets better, right? Like and so
Yeah.
the home grower and the old way of cannabis was more craft, you know, craft size, and that was when the products that were available were a lot, in my mind, a lot better. I don't know. I mean, it's hard to like think times change, you change, everything changes. But no, weed used to be a lot better. Or like what weed that was really good was way better than today.
Yeah. That makes sense. Even
Yeah.
like with all crops, I mean, it's hard, most of it's just synthetically fertilized, fed, and
Yeah. I get it. It's the money's the controlling factor and making money and all that. That's what the
even
decisions.
even though they're out in soil, they're still just using salts just because it's easier.
Yeah.
Even though it's really not, it doesn't have, or it doesn't have to be. And yeah, and especially just salts, they could still be using, the ferments and other things that are more natural.
Well, in the end, I mean, the bigger the conglomeration happens in cannabis, they'll get down to eliminating. Like right now, even the nutrients that are used in cannabis are still pretty quality compared to, the alternatives. I
Yeah,
mean,
even this like green lightning thing, yeah, I mean that's just something they roll out into their field and turn it on. I don't know where it gets electricity from. Maybe it's got a generator on it or something. But they invest in that and somehow it pumps out some fertilizer.
yeah,
It's sitting there in the field and it's kind of cool though. It's taking it out of the air right there because like that was one of the things, with the Gulf in Iran, everything. Oh, and fertilizer shortage, it's like,
yeah. Well, but see now in cannabis, we're not really the that's the lower side of fertilizer, the real cheap shit,
yeah.
right? The stuff that's basically byproducts of the oil, right? I mean, that's why
Oh, well,
it
they were
came to the
using the
middle of.
oil. Well, no, it was like a lot of it was the gas, to the natural gas. So because it was over there, they would just burn the natural gas to and take the nitrogen out of the air over there in like
Yeah,
Kuwait, and
okay.
then
Yeah.
ship the
Yeah.
fertilizer, yeah, somewhere else, where it was needed. But
Well,
I
natural
kind of like that's
gas
cool. It's like right in the
isn't
field, the
really
farmer
oil, but it's
farmer
part
takes
of
it
the
out of the air.
oil, the overall oil thing, right? Same players are in it.
Yeah, yeah.
No, but that was
But it's
like a
supposed to
weird
be
part of
energy
that
efficient though
Iran
too. So
thing
that
is that, oh, the price of fertilizers, Jack, is going to go up and farmers are going to have a big problem.
it's like
Like,
some company it's only like a year or two old, or I don't know, got traction or something like that within a year or two. Last year to this green lightning. I don't know.
yeah,
It might just be hype.
well,
I just heard, but
well, this
it's so cool. I like that idea. Like, oh yeah, just pull and
probably
nitrogen. I
more
mean,
than
it's so
hype, but I
easy.
mean, is it really cost effective? I mean, how
Yeah,
much you have
that's
to
what you wouldn't
invest in
think,
it?
right? That's what. Yeah, you wouldn't think so. But they said it uses as much electricity as a toaster. Now I'm thinking, okay, it's probably got to be on all the time. But
Oh,
and it said how much it could handle, like, or how much that could feed, but whatever, you got to look at the numbers. But yeah, you wouldn't think it'd be energy efficient, and doing it with this arc, because I don't think that's how they normally
well, I mean, would
do
that
it.
be an organic thing too? It wouldn't be. I mean, you're just taking the nitrogen out of the air and
Y- Yeah, it's
making
not
it.
organic. It's not organic. It's it's like well, that process, like, around World War II, World War I, that guy came up, the Haber process or something, taking nitrogen out of the air, and I think he just made ammonia. And yeah, yeah, out of the Gulf they get like ammonia and urea. It was like things that they would ship out. Whereas this
Well,
thing,
like
I don't know, it was talking about
urea.
nitric
Okay, they use
acid, and
that for
you
like
get no,
food production, but we don't really use urea in cannabis. Like
no,
now, oh, but that if you want to use a cheaper alternative to what we're the salts we're using, the minerals we're using, oh, urea would be right there on the list.
yeah. Yeah, I don't know, like just fermenting like freaking old fish or whatever kind of old, you know, these like the ferments that work on proteins to get nitrogen sound like we could do more of that.
Yeah, I mean, some of it's at the scale that these big farms are at, then some things aren't scalable unless you do it
Yeah.
through their
I mean, I don't,
chemistry.
it's a whole science and people are, yeah, experts on this, but
But there seems to
um,
be, some innovation. People are still trying to innovate, even though that's really where the rub is, because you know these even if green lightning is a solid thing, whoever they're taking money out of their pockets will probably buy them and squash the whole idea. You know what I mean?
yeah.
That part of
Yeah,
how it
right.
works.
And then all of a sudden China will be making something like best price five hundred
Yeah, the
dollars.
people.
You grow food for 20 years. Some best price.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I imagine maybe 50 years from now, China will finally go, what? There's money in growing weed. The whole world buys weed. Well, then we're going to produce weed. Then they'll just like everything else. You won't better compete with their cost of production.
Yeah. Well, that's already kind of happening with local, just kind of local grows. You know, they
I
already
mean, they,
know, hey, this is like easy money kind of, and you know, when these large grows and they don't care how they grow it.
they pretty
Like
much did that to
like
honey, like to
some of
get.
the busts
I mean,
in Oklahoma.
there's real honey out there, but all the real mainstream honey is all Chinese honey,
Oh,
right?
yeah, you hear
It's
about that
you
fake.
know, yeah, they're capable of whatever.
But it's gonna get better. I mean, yeah, no, China's a big competitor, and it's cool that they you know they make some good stuff at a good price. So that way it is really cool. But it's scary that
Well,
they could
it
take
is the
over
way.
and
Well, I
control
mean,
things.
they got the billions of people. They got the communist type of government help to build up whatever industry, and they have no copyright laws or no, they have no, they don't even think taking other people's IP or whatever is a thing because it
Yeah.
isn't to them.
It's like the government
They
just
don't.
decides. Government will tell you, hey, you can copy this.
Yeah,
Oh no, you can't.
and like so, I mean,
Yeah.
by the time the United States starts trying to import and export cannabis, who knows? Like we should be on it now. Like the fact that Canada produces like this tonnage of it that sells to Germany and Australia and all these other countries, and we're nowhere near even getting in that market. It's crazy. Why wouldn't we?
Yeah, I'm trying to. There was some laws that were passed recently. I'm trying to think what
Well, tomorrow
they
starts
were.
the hearings on the Schedule 3, the DA
Oh,
hearings.
okay.
I'm sure they'll be broadcast on somewhere on YouTube, whatever. There'll be some lawyering and crazy rhetoric and propaganda from the past they'll be talking about. But it's those hearings that are going to either make it happen or not happen, or whatever happens is going to come out of them. Because it's like just because they signed the thing saying, oh, Schedule 3, it's the actual framework of what that's really going to be is still in flux. That's what these hearings are that start tomorrow, I guess.
Hmm.
Run by
Okay.
the DEA. Run by the DEA.
Okay.
Who, when Biden ordered this, don't forget, Biden, 3 months into being president, did the exact same thing. Uh, Requested HHS change Canada's scheduling from Schedule 1 to Schedule 3.
Did he?
And then, yeah,
I don't
yeah.
remember that. Yeah. Cool.
Oh, no, it's there. You pull it up. And then what happened was that the DEA sued the HHS. So one government agency sued the other government agency, and the DEA was keeping HHS from implementing Schedule 3. When Trump was being inaugurated, the judge finally threw that case out. But that was one of those cases where it was in court for like years. The DA wasn't really was trying to just prolong it. And I listened to a couple times, like hours of the court uh, testimony on whatever YouTube. The DA was basically bringing up all the old propaganda as a reason that it needed to say Schedule 1. And it was like obvious when you were following that story at the time, the only reason the DA was the Drug Enforcement Agency was against, they were the only ones against Schedule 3. They still are, right? Because that's going to take it out, the funding out of their hands. You know what I mean? Like they still get billions of dollars of cannabis
Yeah.
enforcement money, right? I mean, even this other story I've followed for years is, yeah, they have this annual report of like the amounts of confiscations on the southern border, all the borders, but the southern border is the one that where, yeah, it's definitely gone down since the past, but they still claim that like there's this huge amount of cannabis, like fucking metric tonnage of commercial Mexican, whatever, I guess Mexican weed being caught at the border. That business has been dead for years. America produces its own weed for the most part, right? Right? There's not commercial weed all over the place, but bricks and uh, uh, crates, and I mean, there used to be. That was for
Right.
sure. That was a huge thing. The DA still like their numbers presented is still a huge problem, but that's not the problem. You know what I
They
mean?
can bring
I don't even think
hash
that
in.
exists.
They don't bring
Like
hash
I
in. They
don't
could
think
though.
that like one, the value would be really low at this point because since legalization, we don't we don't buy weed from other countries in the U.S. for the most part, right? You know, we make our own hash and rosin and whatever. Um, we grow our own weed, so there's like I don't know. I'm around people. No, I don't see any commercial import stuff in the game for a long time. You know, I'm sure if you really searched it out, you could probably find some because like outdoor pounds are like less money than imported brickweed that was like full of seeds. Like there's no money in that's not, oh, they definitely, the cartel and all that definitely have their stuff. DA has work to do, but it ain't with weed. Weed ain't a problem. But they still create this narrative that, yeah, we're always, truckloads, uh boatloads, I don't know. I don't see it. It's not even a thing anymore,
Yeah.
and that's like, okay, that was like, think about it, before the last 20 years of the United States basically producing its own weed. At first, 30 years ago, there was a fraction of weed that was grown in the United States, but still most of it was Colombian weed, Thai weed, Mexican weed, import weed, which meant that millions of dollars, if not billions of dollars, of our money was being spent and taken to another country where by legalizing cannabis, now all that money stays in the country, which year after year after year, that's a lot of money. Like just
Yeah.
think about it. In the last so many years, rec or even the legal, we'll say medical was the beginning of it. That's only like 30
Hey,
years or
nice
20,
try.
20, 25, 6, 7, 8 years. Um, yeah, at that point, oh yeah, cannabis import to the United States was a huge business and supporting all kinds of narco terrorism and whatever it was. And then as the years went by, yeah, uh, we produce our own weed here. So how many billions of dollars of U.S. money now stays in circulation here in the United States rather than being shipped offshore? A lot. That should be a reason to have federal legalization in itself, you know, because that changes the economy quite a bit, you know, because I don't think we import weed anymore. I mean, there might be a couple little pockets of something, but no, because it's just the cartels that are involved in the weed game. They have farms here. Okay, grow it there and
Yeah.
then bring it here.
They
Yeah.
finally smartened up.
I
Yeah.
give it to Canada because like Canada, I can't quote the numbers, but I heard them a while back. The amount of cannabis that Canada exports continues to grow, and it's a lot. Like they're the main exporter of cannabis worldwide.
They got all the companies, or at
Yeah.
least, I mean, the
You
ones
know,
here in Americas.
which all right, I give them that. You know what I mean? Like I feel like yeah, our politics are so fucked up here for so long, right? Because like forget about Trump in the last 10 years. That's not even what I'm talking about. Obama could have got us exporting weed because that's when Canada started doing it.
Yeah.
And they didn't start off that big, but now that Germany fucking buys this massive amount. Like, dude, huge cargo planes like every day going over there.
That doesn't make sense either for them. They
No,
need to
it
know.
does. Well, it does and it doesn't. Like my I was hanging out with him this weekend, but we didn't talk about this. But my best friend Gary's dual citizen, and he's been spending 6, 7 months a year over in Germany the last so many years. This is mom died. Uh,
Crazy.
They are so carbon environmentally crazy over there, right? And they don't really have a big agriculture there because like there's not a lot of the weather's not that good,
Yeah,
right?
but
So they
Canada,
even
it's
their
they're buying from Canada. I mean, it's better than Canada.
yeah, yeah,
Or not
yeah,
any
but
worse anyway.
Hey, watch
well,
it.
but like okay, if
I
that's a
mean,
thing of the
oh, the weather's not
future,
good in Germany.
how
We
isn't
gotta
that
grow
like
it in
you want to
Canada.
help the marijuana industry nationwide in our country? It'd be getting us in the export game, right? Like, we already have so much oversupply because of the current thing. So the solution to that would be to find other outlets. And I guarantee you, we could compete with Canada and all the places they sell to, right? Um, and the fact that that's not part of the political play, and that yeah, I wonder about that because like that seems like a no brainer,
Let's see.
right? Like
Going to maybe rescheduling the Schedule 3, that might like be a big change for
yeah, but
things,
like
start things
here's
changing
why I'm
around the
stuck
world.
on that, Jeff. Okay, so we had I don't know what it was called in Colorado, but I think you guys and us, California, were first, like right around the same time. Start had medical until like 2015 or 16, right? And then that's when it went to recreational. Schedule 3, and even the rhetoric you hear, even these hearings, this is about medical cannabis, right? That's what the 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 thing is, right? That they're instituting, right? After they did everything, the system itself basically eliminated the grassroots medical cannabis thing that was 20 years building. Once they went rec, that pretty much killed that, right? At least,
Yeah.
right? We agree on that. And now all of a sudden we're going heavy back into medical because what the feds aren't they don't use the word
Mm.
recreational weed. They're talking about medical weed. They're talking about Schedule 3, which is still like a over the counter medical thing. Okay. Yeah, well, it makes no sense that you like, yeah, we should have when you weigh it recreational, that's when you should have came in with the Schedule 3 in medical, not after 10 years of destroying the current medical thing. And then now they're going to pop up their own medical thing because that's what that thing is. Like
Yeah,
if you're
yeah.
getting
I hear
the
what you're saying. It's true.
right, it seems like
Screwy.
yeah, it makes like oh wait, weed's now just a recreational thing for the most part. Now we're going back to it being a medical thing. Which okay, it is a medical thing. But after you killed the grassroots medical thing, that the activists and people and all of us built and was working and had grown, you switched things up 10 years ago and squashed that.
Uh,
Now you're coming in to revamp that.
yeah, it's hard to
Now,
do. Like
you
Colorado,
know,
it's in the Constitution here. Like, and basically people
yeah,
can grow. I mean, I think it could be limited. Certain like counties or whatever could vote to like maybe like there's no
yeah.
stores or
Colorado,
something,
like
no dispensaries
I
in
have
their
to say,
county.
like Colorado's been, well, California's there right next to you. We're either a little behind you or a little ahead of you in some of this
Also,
stuff. I think it's in our,
But
I don't
everyone
know.
can grow in
It's in
California,
amendment.
right?
well,
Yeah,
yeah.
Isn't that like
technically.
recreational, like, for so everyone can grow?
Well,
So
you have a plant count,
Proper
right?
plant.
plant
You have
count
like
though.
six
Yeah, yeah.
six plant count or something. You're not supposed to go outside if it isn't like fenced off a certain level and
Yeah, so
all
that's
this. But
hard. That's, nothing to do with medical though. So that's hard to take that
yeah,
away. And like I said, it's in the
no, they're not gonna be able to
Constitution
take
here,
that away.
the state
That's not.
constitution. That was a pretty radical thing. I don't know how they got that through. I wasn't paying attention at that time.
Well, I mean,
Yeah,
I think
Colorado's one of the
Colorado,
strongest ones because of that,
it's got like
because it's
20
in the
some years of,
Constitution.
it's been almost 30 years of the, from medical to rec, Colorado and California. Yeah, so the amount of tax revenue cannabis has provided your state is over all that time is probably pretty substantial, you know, like it's a real thing.
Yeah. Yeah, like you're saying, it was a lot of money that was going to other countries. Now it was staying, and it was definitely good for Colorado
Yeah.
and all the states. I don't know if it is anymore, or it's just kind of like gotten used to it. It doesn't.
Well, there's,
Any good has been eaten up.
I haven't heard recently
That's
in
what your
any
mom
other
said.
of the holdout
Yeah.
states. I mean, the majority of states have either medical or rec, and
Mm.
medical usually leads to rec in a certain amount of time. But then there's still like a third of the states, or roughly, I don't know the exact numbers, that that aren't legal yet, don't have medical. Now, a couple of years ago, oh, every so often you'd hear, oh, so and so, this state went medical, this state went medical. I think we're at the place now where the states that are resisting are going to stay resisting as long as they can.
Mm.
And the states that got with it, like even Ohio got with it. Yeah, New York got with it.
Yeah,
Florida,
one.
like I find, I don't know a lot about it, but I know a little. Florida's strictly medical, and even when they had on the ballot last year to have recreational, the voters voted against it.
Well, I was checking
which
it. Yeah, I
know,
wasn't even sure. Like every state does have its own constitution. I don't know. I just feel
yeah.
like it just like all of a sudden something was like, hey, that is kind of weird that even like Colorado has its own constitution. Yeah,
But
actually,
now,
every state does.
technically, until it becomes a
There's
federal thing, there can't be interstate commerce. So Colorado weed is for Colorado and Colorado only, and same with California weed.
yeah,
You're not like technically you're not even if you're a multi-state operator. I'm not even sure take you can't take weed you from Colorado and market it in some other state. Now that's what the federal thing should be. Like the scheduling. Okay, I think we're hung up on the scheduling and the thing, which really it should just come off of scheduling. The herbal supplement or whatever, and the federal government come in and explain how they're going to monitor interstate commerce, which is a thing. That's what they do. Um, you, you know,
yeah, and how
that's
they can get a cut,
you know.
right?
Well, because just like
Taxes or
Germany,
something.
and certain countries have chosen not to produce their own and just buy it, there'd be some state
Excited
that will
bumper.
decide, yeah, it'll be cheaper for us just to buy it from Colorado and interstate commerce and tax it rather than have an infrastructure of growing it ourselves. Most states will say, well, yeah, because states are also trying to keep, just like I was saying earlier about the the United States producing its own weed, so all the money that was spent on weed in the past isn't leaving the country. Uh,
Yeah. Well, unless it's
states
grown in like
like even
outdoors.
Ohio, like they until they legalized weed, everyone was just driving across the border to Michigan to get weed. Well, that means that Ohio money is being spent in Michigan. Like, oh, there's some of that, but states do try to keep the money. Like keep the keep the money in their own state. That's the goal. You know,
Yeah.
so
Does the tax? I forget how the taxes worked out if they changed it. But if you bought something out of state, you'd get taxed. But for a while, or maybe for a while, you wouldn't get taxed. Like now,
yeah,
everyone gets taxed. You buy online through the mail, everyone gets taxed. But for a while, it was different. But I can see them like saying, "Oh, you buy it out of state, you get taxed." But also, they're not even going to do that unless it's like grown outdoors, because like even if you're a big corporate multi-state operator, you'll just have like different grows in different states. You don't even want to transport. That costs money. So you just have like big grows, but one grow per state or something.
yeah. I mean that'll change things at a certain point. Well, I mean that's what Oklahoma was hoping to be. Like they thought they were positioned to be the good distribution hub for the whole country. Which they are. Um,
Ohio,
but
did you
like
say?
no, Oklahoma.
Oklahoma. Really? Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. I mean when they
Yeah.
legalized, they were they
When
had
they
plans.
started, they were huge. I mean, yeah, they were. And like I
Well,
said, the
you'd think by
Chinese
now
were
we
moving
would
there.
have interstate commerce by now. You'd think like 30 some states have legal weed. Like it's you know because in some places, yeah, they'll
Makes
choose
sense. Yeah, good
to
location.
just if it's just about taxes, well, because running the CBB or whatever it's called in Colorado, the cannabis uh, metric and all that's a bureaucracy that costs money. That's where a lot of the tax money gets gobbled up into, right? Where
Hmm.
another state will say, yeah, we don't need to deal with all that. We'll just buy weed from Colorado and stock our stores and charge 30% tax. and take the tax money, and it would be more profitable if we set up a whole bureaucracy.
Who knows? I tell you, I bet what we're thinking of real businessmen, they'll be coming up with ideas like
Yeah,
we can't even imagine.
and I know eventually, like it'll end up what they call it on the mercantile or the
Yeah.
commodities market in Chicago, like where pork bellies, orange juice, all these other commodities that
That's
aren't on the
crazy.
stock market. Well, wait, I today or yesterday I read, yeah, that company called Glass House, which is like this evil empire run by the cop in California that has like over 1 million feet of canopy. Yeah, they're going public on the stock market
Huh.
this week or something. Now, a couple other companies already beat them to it, but that's the next trend, right? Is then they're going to be publicly traded. Yeah, that's when the evil empire begins.
I'm
Because any of
surprised
those,
they can do that. Yeah, I didn't think I thought that was the deal with the Canadian companies that because they couldn't do it here in America.
well, that was then, but
Yeah,
those
maybe
were
now they
Canadian
can.
companies. These are American companies.
I don't know, or this cop figured out a way to do it.
Well,
Holding
True
They
company,
Leaf,
you
or
public.
know.
wait,
Oh,
Pure Leaf, they went public. There's a handful of them that are uh, recently that are now publicly held, traded, whatever they call that, basically a stock. And that's where, okay, now that's where investors create the valuation. So now that company has a $1 billion valuation, billions of dollars of valuation, and then they can use that money to buy up market share and try to get bigger and bigger. I mean, that's the whole idea. If you're investing in one of those stocks, you're wanting them to take over the whole game. Because one of these cannabis companies is going to end up being like RJR or Seagram's or one of these massive things. You know, there'll be a couple massive things. Like, tobacco is two companies basically, RJR and what's the other one?
Altria.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
from what I understand, yeah, there's some smaller, but one of the bigger conglomerates in alcohol is Seagram's. Now, Seagram's bought all these other brands and is this giant conglomerate. Yeah, that's
Oh, the
globalism, or
alcohol. Yeah, that one. Yeah.
in cannabis, that's what the investors in the stock market are betting on, is which entity is going to, because that's when their stock value is going to go up the highest, is when one of those companies in 20, 30 years is like controls most of the business in the whole all states, which would be probably better off. States would probably, like you say, it's in your constitution. States would probably be better off holding the cannabis thing as a state thing than getting into the multi-state distribution system. It's going to happen though, because that's what the stock play. And when a company's publicly traded on the New York Stock Exchange, they're not trying to be a cannabis business from one particular state. They're trying to be a cannabis business for the whole country. Multi-state operators, they call them. Which isn't really a thing yet. It's not like the framework of the uh, that isn't the because for a multi-state operator to operate, they're going to need to better move product from state to state. That's part of how they do it.
Mm.
hmm.
You can't legally do that yet, let alone ship it off to another country. Which I don't know. Yeah,
We'll see
California
how
has a
that
lot of
works.
struggles. Like, how can we? We definitely have a brand recognition as Cali weed, whatever. We could be exporting weed at a massive scale.
Yeah.
But our governor and our political thing, that's not even on there. No, that's not even on their thought process.
Yeah,
even
get
though
some
we're the fourth
icons.
biggest economy in the world. Yeah, I question all that, and I'm not smart enough to know what the bigger play is, but there's a bigger play at stake of why we're not doing the most logical things.
I looked into like, Bubble Man sells stuff here in Colorado,
Yeah,
and I
yeah.
checked out some of his
He has
stuff
I think he's
online.
in a couple states. I think he's in Illinois and Michigan.
Yeah,
He has
so that's how he's
partners,
doing it. He's from
but no,
Canada,
he,
and he's
he
he's
has
already got
partners.
these
And
things
don't forget
going on.
Canada.
Yeah, from what I understand, he has
It's just
partners, and then like the Colorado business is for Colorado, and the Illinois business is for Illinois.
yeah, each
You
state's yeah,
know,
it's its own thing. Yep.
it's not like
Like
the
that.
stuff he produces in Canada he can distribute to these places.
Yeah, I'm thinking
That's
it's using. I'd like to know more about. Like, I'm thinking they use like his own machines or at least his own, procedures
yeah,
for. And I'm
yeah. A
thinking
lot
I
of
want
it
to try. I
is
almost got some. I should have
brand.
gotten it today. Actually, I was over in that area because, like I said, like I looked at it online on like Weed Maps, and it was actually pretty reasonably priced. It was kind of like a gram, like out with the taxes. It sounded like it would be like maybe $40 or so, for a gram of like. I think he was calling it like dabbable, solventless, like bubble,
Yeah, no, he has some different levels, but that
or dry stuff
the
maybe
more
also.
profitable level, American consumers are called value-based consumers. That's what Budweiser and you know cheap stuff. That's where the biggest money's going to be, not in the highest end stuff. You know what I mean? So, like to get a product established that's good and valuable, it has value. Yeah, mainstream most likely is like a value based product, not the highest, not the lowest, right in the middle.
So
That'll be
somehow
the most.
we lost D. I don't
Oh,
know
he
who
might
the
pop back up.
host is. Oh, I guess Fumi's here, and you're the host actually too. Hey, and
All right.
hi, hey, Silent.
In the end, I have no idea exactly how it's going to play
Hello.
out, but I don't think it's playing out very good. Hey, Silent, I'm glad you're on here.
Oh, hi. How's it going?
Yeah, see any shows lately?
A couple weeks ago, I went to Mo in Umphreys McGee. This last weekend, at our local Dead cover band played at the one of the brewery in the town over at Mystic Dead. That was good. And then they had what's called the Rose Arts Music Festival in Norwich, Connecticut. And I guess back in the day, like Santana played there and like Stevie Ray Vaughan and a bunch of bands. Maybe even
I
Dead.
miss his playing. Wait, when's July 1st? What's today, the 30th? So,
That's tomorrow.
yeah, tomorrow's Primus.
Yeah,
Yeah, down in San Diego.
they're playing in Phoenix
I might
tonight.
go. Yeah, I'll see how I feel tomorrow. Um, yeah. No, I went to, well, 2 weekends ago was the first time I went, even though for like a decade I've heard about it. They call it Dan Fest. This guy has his property over in Carlsbad where there's very few like unincorporated properties. It's a couple acres. He puts up like two stages, barbecue, open bar, hundreds of people. The first time I went 2 weeks ago was Saturday and Sunday. I only went it on Sunday, but Saturday I went back because he does 2 weekends later every year, right? And I've met there so many bands, one after another, all local. It was a good vibe. It was just like I didn't know that there was like a people could have parties like that until like
Right?
midnight and people were you didn't have to charge for nothing. So there was brisket, there was all this food, more food than you could eat, and he didn't charge nothing. I was like, yeah. I met the guy, and other people have told me about him. Yeah, no, he's just the guy that likes to throw parties.
Well, that's cool.
He had to spend a good amount of money for this whole thing,
Right.
and he does it. This was the 13th year, and there was yeah, it was fun. I had fun.
Yeah, at that Rose Arts Festival, Mahali played, the guy from Twiddle. If you ever heard of them.
Yeah.
Pretty good. And then like one of the afterwards, like the bar that's kind of responsible for putting the whole thing on Strange Brew, they had like a couple of the bands like jam together.
Damn. Man, I haven't been to
Well, the
concerts in a
first,
while. Holy shit.
well,
Uh,
last
as
night, Billy Strings like had a drop his new album at
Yeah.
midnight.
He
Uh,
was standing
but
up
then,
over the weekend playing with the Dylan McCurry.
yeah, that's what I was gonna say. He played with the Traveling McCurries, and I guess they were in South Carolina or no, North Carolina. And he stood up. First time he's been standing up since he
Yeah.
broke his leg. And then July 2nd, he's Austin City
Yeah,
Limits, which
doing
is a
Austin City
TV
Limits thing.
show.
Yeah.
And then the 4th of July, he's at Willie's
The Willie
Picnic in
thing. Yeah. Yeah.
and then
I gotta get
yeah, he's back on tour. I'm excited for that to start. I've
I gotta get tickets for the
missed Billy for the last couple of months.
28th of July. That's when he's playing in Hartford.
Well, I got tickets for when he comes through here, which when I got them, I was only a couple months ago when they went on sale. I remember feeling like, God,
holy crap.
I was so excited I got them and everything, but the shows aren't till like right at the end of September. And at the time, that seemed like a long time away. And then this weekend, or last night I was watching what he was releasing a new album shit, I realized, wow, no, September, the end of September is right around the corner. Well, still a little ways away, but it's going to be here before I know it. So at least he's playing 3 shows locally. And Widespread Panic's playing 3 nights in LA in a couple weeks in July. I'll go to those too.
Oh. Yeah, I was looking
Widespread
up the
Panic was at
at
Red Rocks
Tanglewood.
last weekend.
You ever seen the shows at Tanglewood?
No, I wanted to go.
Oh,
They had
No.
the Jerry Orchestra was going on tonight, and then over the weekend, Paul Simon was playing. I really wanted to go.
Yeah, Paul Simon. I can't believe he's still playing.
This
I
was
might
his
have seen him. I
first
kind of remember seeing him like I don't know, the 80s or 70s, I think
Yeah,
actually.
but what do you mean you can't believe musicians are still alive? Most of them are
He's
still playing.
84.
That's what
He's
you
He's
can't.
still
84, but he hasn't done like a full tour in a while.
Yeah.
and his all-star band. I'm checking it out. Yeah, tickets are like $200 basically for a
Yeah,
ticket.
I went and I looked at and that's what it was. But then I looked on StubHub and they had lawn tickets for under 100
Uh-huh.
for Tanglewood, and I was like, oh man. It's a hike to drive up there. There's no easy way to get there from where I am down in
Uh-huh.
Connecticut. It's
I
like,
can't believe he's playing. You know who else though is playing? Weird Al Yankovic.
oh yeah, he's actually playing at the casino here in
Is he
Connecticut.
still doing his weird Al Yankovic music?
Oh yeah, I'm
Weird
sure.
music? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh no. Yeah.
I wonder what his
He's
actually let's see how much he charges.
no. I saw this interview with him not too long ago. Yeah, he's quite a guy. Yeah.
Oh, Ziggy Marley's playing there. That's cool.
Ziggy's on tour with Government Mule.
Oh yeah, he's playing Tanglewood
Oh,
sometime.
that would be cool.
Weird Al Yankovic also over 100, 150. Crazy.
Well, all
Damn.
shows are that much now.
I can't
Yeah.
believe that. Not
Well,
for
got tickets for Jack White up in Boston. It was about $1.50 a ticket, but it was even more down here for the show down here.
Man, that used to
Yeah.
be like opera or some prices like for like the fancy upper class kind of like you wouldn't even go for a live show kind of thing like
Yeah,
that,
but like wait a minute.
It's hard
Like
to get used
it's
to that,
cheaper to go to a concert than to go to a sporting event. Like,
Yeah.
I know. Yeah, that's true
Yeah.
too. It's
like
everything. Yeah.
they
Somehow
charge
they've.
even more.
I mean, talk about like, selling drinks and the markups and everything. I mean, what about that kind of markup where, here's a seat where you can sit. All right, $200.
Yeah, and the way the math goes, Live Nation makes most of that money, not the actual artist.
Huh, yeah. So, yeah.
Like when concerts used to be like $30, the percentage of money that went to the artist was way higher than now when it's $200. Now they get paid more, but the percentage of the overall money less. The venue or the Live Nation system takes most of it.
Well, at least you can smoke a lot of weed, or I don't know if they let you smoke him, but at least you can, and yeah, maybe you can even just grow it yourself. And if not, it's cheap. Not like back then. The weed's gotten cheaper anyway. That's what I'm saying.
And that's what's
Even the
weird. Is
tickets more.
everything else went. Like that's the problem I have with it. Everything else, the
Everything's up.
bottle of
Yeah.
water, the gallon of gas, the concert,
Parking.
the McDonald's, whatever, everything went up
Oh yeah.
except the price of weed. Somehow we got left out of it.
Yeah, the price of weed went down, bro.
Yeah. No, that doesn't make any economic sense unless there's some funky shit going on. Because everything, the inflation to varying
And like
degrees, cannabis deflation,
the
well,
cost of
deflation.
everything to grow the weed didn't go down.
No, that went up. Everything else went up. Everything went up, but the cannabis value went down. That there's something. I mean, I don't know. Something's at foot there. That doesn't smell good.
Uh,
Some
speaking
funky
of,
going on there.
speaking of which, Dr. Jeff, I'm borrowing my friend's Grandmaster level light now for this run,
Uh-huh.
so I get to play with that. And I put it in. I literally put it in the tent. Next day, I could see the difference. The plants responded to it.
No. Is it like white and then also blue or red probably red diodes? Oh no,
It's
blue diodes.
It's all of them. It's the whichever one, tarantula board, the whatever evolution or whatever one.
But it's usually got like white and then another color.
It's a 4-channel one.
Oh, 4-channel. Oh wow.
Yeah, got the controller and everything.
And the controller, that's cool.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's hard. It's a little hard to figure out,
No, I finally figured it out.
but it's
I wanted to play with it more, and then I'm like, no, I'm just gonna leave it on.
yeah.
The one that Spartan Grown had suggested to me a long time ago, the preset one was like Spectrum number 10, and I put that on. It's what I want for right now, like more red, so I can get the plants to stretch before I flip.
Yeah, I don't use because my light isn't one of those that have the presets.
Oh, good.
Like, yeah, so that's cool that that light
Is
does.
now? I've never seen one of those lights. Is
More
it
channels.
actually quality made? Is it a nice unit?
I mean, it's a standard fucking China fixture, but they have them spec built to their specs. I know that much. I found the company that like where they like get them from, but
It's one of the bar
Yeah.
lights, isn't it?
yeah, it's like 10 bars.
10 bars. Yeah, it probably folds in half.
Yeah, it folds in half. It's got, the driver box is pretty heavy.
Uh-huh.
But
I had to return one. Like one of the drivers went. Yeah,
Yeah.
they were really good on the return.
oh yeah,
Like he just sent it out, and I think I think one I didn't even have to send back. He just like he just had to send a picture of the clipped one back to the manufacturer or something,
yeah.
I think. But yeah, they were really good sending it back. Or handling everything. It was really they just sent me something. They sent out a new one, then they were like, "I'll send the old one back in the box." that the new one comes in,
Yeah.
and it had like a label, and then yeah. Anyway, they were really good, and you have four
Customer
channels, so
service.
wow.
Yeah.
So what's the four channels? So it has red, blue, white,
It's red, far red,
and a
cool
far
white,
red.
cool white, and warm white.
Oh wow. Yeah, that's
But
yeah, that sounds intense.
you can basically tune it to HPS. There's instructions on how to do that. So I think I'm gonna try that for the flower and see what it does. Because most of the plants in there are like older ones, and I'm noticing lots of these plants just want less light than more light. I thought,
Yeah.
we were told, oh, they need this, 1,000 ppfd or whatever. It's like it's too much. Plus,
Yeah,
when
I've got about 65%
yeah,
right now.
yeah, around like 600 watts is plenty usually for like a 5x510. The biggest thing is their lights. They have a better or more even spread or distribution of light into the corners of the tent.
Uh-huh. He has a longer warranty too than some. I forget, like
Yeah,
3 years,
it was
5.
five.
Uh-huh. Yeah, 5. Yeah, it was good. So that's cool.
But they're
Um,
pretty pricey, right?
Yeah,
yeah.
the one that my friend got was probably like 1,200, and like their new one,
Well,
they came out with like a newer version of it now with the lenses on it, so it's supposed to be more focused, and it can do even more spectrums. So, but yeah, it's not cheap. But I told my friend when he was buying, it's like you're kind of buying something that's a little future proof. It's not gonna be like you
Yeah,
buy.
the warranty is it's good to have. It was the ballast, and they do go.
Yeah, I
Like I had
have.
HLGs went, they because they're just bought from, China, some China
Yeah,
ballast company
my my
truck.
oth-
Yeah.
my other light that happened to, and that had gotten off Alibaba, and they were good about it, and they sent me a whole nother driver box. So we'll see. Hopefully, anything's better than last run after having stunted plants from all the freaking root aphids, but they're all gone currently. So
Oh yeah, I hope so.
yeah,
stay on it. Roof aphids don't just go away that easy.
well, they do if you
They
kill them.
they like they linger and they come back.
I'm thinking of that CO2 tank right now. I used to get real paranoid with them, like put them inside a garbage bag, plastic garbage bag, like spray them down with like chlorine water.
Yeah. Yeah.
Uh,
Yeah, I mean that's not a bad idea considering.
yeah. In the bag, like, because you don't even know, like, what, because back then also, especially, there was, people were spraying all sorts of crap on the plants, you can get at the store. Like now, I think it's a little harder to get some of that stuff.
No, it is. I mean,
I mean, not
yeah,
right in the grocery store. You gotta
no,
kind of,
but it's still all available.
it's still, yeah, you can get it. I mean, or it's sold for
But most
ornamental,
people
some
don't
of it.
use it. Most of the people don't use it, and a lot of that stuff isn't even effective anymore because bugs have uh, they've
Uh,
developed a resistance to shit.
yeah,
Like
but
I don't
yeah,
even
I
think
don't know.
Avid works on spider mites anymore. It did
Just
20 years
whatever they
ago.
sprayed, yeah, it could be on the tanks. Root aphids, ooh. Uh,
Well, I'd rather have whatever they sprayed on the tank than actual bugs on the tank.
yeah. I've got it's stuck in the corner a few feet away from the plants. Yeah, I gotta get a plastic bag going again.
Well,
It's
but
like at
most
least
likely
something.
it went to the stores and empty, and then got exchanged to the company that fills them, and they took them to their place and filled them, and brought new ones back. Brought them back to the store. So, and they might sanitize them when they clean them. I mean, fill them. I don't know. I've never heard that they did, but it seems like they should.
Yeah. Yeah, I wonder what they do. Or if they test them.
But yeah, I guess that should be something people should be concerned about, exchanging tanks. That's probably been a place where bugs have been moved around over the years.
They probably don't test them. Actually, I was wondering how they fill them even because like it's a weird tank. Like,
Oh no,
uh,
there's
do
companies
they
that
do
fill up
they
all kinds of shit.
do they screw onto like where like I would screw my regulator onto or on the back? There's also
Yeah,
sometimes there's
yeah.
something
No, they fill it through the same
they
thing,
do. Yeah,
the valve. Yeah. Like Air Gas is the company out here, the big one that, yeah, you can get oxygen,
yeah, they're a huge
CO2,
company. Uh-huh.
all the gases. They sell tanks, and they have like I've gone to one of their places where they fill them up. They have like machines and a whole huge warehouse where
Yeah,
they.
I mean, I've seen at the one grocery store used to do it. You could bring your tank back. Yeah, and you could keep your own tank then. That would something you could do. Yeah, and somehow they would fill it up. I never checked out how they did it though. But yeah, they would do it right there. I guess, and they don't test it, but I guess every once, I mean, I know there's like a date and in the last whenever it was tested, there's some stamp on there on the tanks. But they are really
Yeah,
dangerous.
not that dangerous though,
Well,
really.
there's a lot of
I mean,
pressure
there's
in
other
that.
things that are more. Yeah, but I
They
mean,
will they
the
will
gas
shoot across a
itself
room.
isn't
They will shoot
dangerous.
across a
Some of the
room.
gases are toxic and flammable and
Yeah,
all kinds of
yeah. It's
shit.
not like that. Not dangerous like that.
Yeah. I mean, this thing, every fountain drink thing
It
has
will get really cold though
CO2.
too. One time I forget exactly what happened, but whatever. But part of it was like after working like all night and being up in real time. But somehow like the tank. Oh, I think I turned like I had the two tanks next to each other, and the regulator was on one of them, but I opened the valve on the other one that and it was just like spraying out like super cold. And like to get to it, like you almost had to like go through the CO2. Like it was super cold. Like my hand got
Oh
got
yeah,
got a
frozen.
little, got pretty cold. Little frostbite maybe. I don't know. But yeah, that was a big
Well, I
that
mean
was
that.
that was
I mean,
one
I had that
big fuck
experience
up.
with NO2 gas or nitrous. Yeah, they freeze up. The tank
Hmm.
freezes over.
It was just the gas coming out, like yeah, and
Yeah,
having to go through
yeah,
that. And I think
yeah.
after that, or it's good to wear a glove anyway. I try to wear a glove.
Probably a good idea.
Yeah.
CO2 is the only thing that I haven't messed with really. Uh, haven't had the need to, I guess.
Back in the day, there was like no like it doesn't come with instructions, and there wasn't like videos on YouTube. There's some now, but
Well, I know you could get like a simple like propane like generator one too, and but I wouldn't do that.
That's what I.
yeah,
I
yeah,
wouldn't
there's
do that
that.
inside my house.
Well, wait. You have a stove and an oven and a heater that all have a pilot light. It's the same
Oh,
thing.
I should just move my tent into the kitchen then. My gas range
Yeah, yeah.
is going all the
Yeah,
time. There you go.
yeah. Well, that's what the CO2 generator is. The the jet they call it is the same jet that they use for pilot lights on things.
Yeah, yeah. Well, tank's different though, but you would really wouldn't want to use a tank on the tent because you're constantly exhausting all the time, intaking and exhausting.
No, I mean if you're intaking and exhausting, you really don't need CO2 because you're bringing in fresh CO2.
Right, right.
Now it's not at an elevated
It's more
level,
for a
but
sealed room,
um,
right?
yeah. Otherwise, it's pointless because if you have an exhaust, it's just pulling it out.
I'm not even
But a sealed
sure
room,
if I got AC first or CO2 first, but whenever I got one, I had to get the other.
I
yeah,
I think last year I finally bought a dehumidifier. That made a difference in the summertime for sure.
It's
yeah.
crazy
I
weather
mean, in
now.
my room,
Oh,
I had Quest seal. I had a couple Quest big sealed. I mean, dehumidifiers. That was important. Sealed room and CO2 propane generators or gas generators. Uh, and split minis, and
Yeah,
then I had controlled
eventually,
the
eventually
environment,
that's what I want is just
and
to put
and
mini
we
splits
had
in my
carbon
garage.
filters that were like the ones you would use to get the smell out to go exhaust the air, but they just ran fans in the room because then
Then it's
that
not going
like when you
outside. Yeah,
yeah,
well
scrubber.
like I mean other than going in and out through
yeah,
the doors, which some air comes in and goes out.
right.
Yeah, that place ran for 10 years like that, sealed up like that. Um, yeah, the air that was in the room was in there forever. Like it wasn't like it got exhausted or any other air came in, other than like what you would like when you came in the one door, one room, then the other room was behind the other room. Um,
You ever
that room, I remember thinking, yeah,
get
the air
dizzy from
back
being?
here has been back here for like years, like the
You
same
never have
air.
a problem like with the
But
CO2
you're just
poisoning or anything, or
no,
or
no.
that's carbon monoxide. That's
Well, no, because the plants say CO2. The CO2 only, like even the CO2 generator has a light sensor on it, so it only can come on when the lights are on.
okay.
Because when the lights are off, the plant actually making CO2
Right, right, right.
itself, right? So then it doesn't need CO2 then. But yeah, when I only ran sealed rooms like for 15 years or maybe a little longer. Most of the time I moved there, you know, but it was a lot of little changes to getting it dialed in. It was a big different change going from yeah sealed rooms, but every like most of the grows today are set up like sealed rooms with a split mini or
Yeah.
AC. My best weed I ever grew, the batches that I remember being like the best ones came from moving air. I grew good shit over the years with sealed rooms, but I still think moving air was better.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Oh, also, yeah, when I stopped moving air, I stopped getting spider mites and at least spider
Yeah,
mites,
Huh.
probably thrips
no,
too.
all kinds of things. Yeah, less
Yeah.
powdery mildew, less yeah, because yeah, that makes sense. But
Yeah. I have a good intake filter on my tent. So
I say, after the sealed room, you don't really have
Yeah.
fresh air. Now you could set it up that you like exchange air every day or something if you
yeah.
have it set up like that. But other than that, so wait, imagine like stale air, but that's why I use the carbon filters. Yeah.
Yeah.
Or yeah, we just run the carbon filters to like, I don't know, try to freshen the air, basically. 'Cause, yeah, gets to be air gets stale, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And if you move air, you're still dealing with fresh air. So like I
Yeah.
think plants probably prefer fresh air than
Probably. they're used to it out in
a,
out in the wild.
even if it has everything it needs, CO2, the right humidity, everything, it's the air is like in that, yeah, it never goes anywhere.
It was hard though too with oh I guess the hoods had something to do with it too because I was venting the hoods. But dealing with the cold and condensation in the wintertime and stuff. Oh, that was a hassle. It was a hassle back then. Actually, it is a lot easier now. You can just set up the LED. Oh, your room doesn't even get as hot. You don't even have to worry as much.
Right.
And
Yeah.
Those hoods used to get real hot.
condensation was a bitch. I remember getting maybe it was in the light, actually.
Yeah.
Condensation, in the
Oh yeah, from the ducting.
yeah, because the room was what it was. Oh yeah, but it was on the outside of light. Yeah, because the light was like cooler than the room and on the glass. Because it's like some cold Colorado winter day and blowing through freezing air through the light. And in the corners of the light or whatever, it would condense, something like that. And the
Yeah.
ducting too. Yeah. Man, but I remember when it was like that, I was like, because it was, the electrical stuff, that was like, oh man, this isn't good. Yeah, those days I haven't had any problems like that in a long time.
No, I mean before the newer tech, yeah, there were so many things that could be catastrophic things. You know what I mean? Like where today, no. And I've never been much of a tent. No, I've never grown tents. But
It's not fun.
but I can't imagine. Oh well, no, I used to help my friends that tried to have tents with like 1,000-watt lights in them and
Oh
shit.
yeah. I would
HVS
never
light.
do that.
You couldn't control the heat. Where
Yeah.
tent growing, it seems to be the
It,
biggest way people grow
it's even
now,
it's
home
even
growers.
it's even
But
hard with
LEDs like change that whole game because all
it.
the other methods
It still
were
gets
just
hot
too much
though.
heat. You put 600s in there and
Still like
try to
the
do whatever you could to control the heat.
driver box still gets pretty hot. I mean, still creates a good amount of heat, but
But like
it's I
that
guess
HVS.
it's probably more manageable, less of a fire risk.
Yeah.
Yeah, really, yeah, burning for CO2 and those lights, high wattage, getting really hot. Yeah,
Well,
the
I mean,
venting stuff.
HPS bulbs usually just go. Like
Well,
they don't
safer.
they don't come on, the bulbs burn.
Yeah.
The old metal halide bulbs, so I used to use in beds, they have like the
Yeah, that whole startup thing.
it's not like a rod. They have like a capsule, glass capsule in the center of the light that has like a couple drops of mercury in it, right? And then when the light comes on, that mercury goes zing and becomes the light. But like when it's bulbs off, you can see it. It's like a little drop. One day I came in my room, the metal halide had blown and blew up, and then my tray had like hundreds of little teeny like
Oh,
pinhole because that mercury was red hot and
Wow.
spewed out like, oh, they burned through a couple leaves, but yeah, that tray was shot. There was no way to patch all those little teeny holes because it was a whatever plastic 4x8 tray. Yeah, it sprayed that, and I thought, God, if I was in the room and that hot shit
Yeah.
fucking hits your skin, I mean, it would burn right through anything, dude. That shit was fucking molten fucking mercury.
yeah.
So those lights were a little, and that's the thing. Where you have to pay attention to the amount of hours or length that you had metal halides, because when they went out, they sometimes blew up like that.
So it wasn't in
Where I get
a lens. There wasn't a lens, on it.
Glass
no,
plate.
no,
Because I
no.
think
Back
that's why
then, when
they're
that
supposed
happened,
to
I
have
was I
that.
was still using in the veg. I used these parabolic hoods
Uh-huh.
that were like these
Yeah.
like sheet metal things that you'd have to bolt together, but it was like
Looked like an
when
umbrella,
the
right?
umbrella, and then I remember uh, the first round of those we had like the '90s. The bulb was vertical, and
Uh,
then
Yeah.
some other company came out with it, the parabolic hood where the bulb was horizontal, which
hmm,
worked way better,
okay.
right?
Yeah,
Because
that's
it
going way
reflected
back. Wow.
down where,
Well, they were
yeah,
good
well,
though, huh?
I
Those
went way
I
back.
never used the parabolics.
Well, it was what we did. It was what was, uh, yeah, it was what was sold. It was,
Yeah,
and
no
then there was
lens, just
hoods, and
open.
then I remember when the first ducted hoods came. You know, that was a certain era when then everybody went to ducted hoods.
Yeah, so that was I had
So
one bulb break. I think if I remember, I think it was in a ducted hood, so it wasn't such a big deal. And like the mercury should have been vented out too, so that that's good.
yeah,
'Cause,
now I think
it'll turn
I
to
don't
a
even know if they
gas.
do metal hull anymore, but I think I'm understanding it right now. Way back, it was actually mercury that was in the capsule, and then so many years later they changed it so it's not mercury, but it's like it looked like it. It's like a metal that's like at room temperature is like kind of liquidy.
Right. Yeah, because it
But then
said
when the
mercury
power,
free. Yeah, it said mercury
yeah,
free on the bulb. Yeah.
yeah. But like
I still
when I
have a
first
bunch of
started doing this
bulbs.
in the '90s,
Yeah, man.
metal halide bulbs,
Get
most
rid
of
of
them were
them.
like parking lot bulbs and shit.
Yeah,
Um, um,
man. That,
yeah,
that
that's
was a
where we
long
started.
time ago. Damn.
Yeah, 35 years ago was when I started doing this shit. And yeah, we were like in the fucking dinosaur age, dude. Like it really was like, and there was no one that could teach it. Like there was no internet. We knew a couple people that grew too, but they didn't know anything either. No one knew nothing. We were just doing it. Like we were figuring it out, right? You had just enough information to through High Times or somebody and it was god awful. We had no idea what we were doing. And in these 35 years, it's come all the way around. Like, the indoor grow tech is, I don't know.
There's
I
so
don't know
much.
if it can
You
get any
can't even
more
absorb all
advanced
the
than it is,
information.
but
Yeah, there's so much
yeah,
information now. Yeah, you can't.
and I remember in the certain period when the forums, I learned a lot reading all these posts on the forum. I like THC Farmer and
Oh, the link
I don't
changed,
know,
huh?
you know,
Hey,
and
Flora.
that was like in the 2000s something, but like from 91 on until then, you were just basically on your own. Like, yeah,
Yeah, hey,
there was
Flora.
no
How
one.
you doing?
Hey, I just got home.
Oh,
Nice.
good. Missed you. How have you been?
All right. So you guys were just talking CO2 and all kinds of shit I heard on the car, but guess you guys have passed.
Yeah. No, Jeff was
Well, yeah. What
talking
do you
about
got to
his
add?
CO2.
Oh, I don't know.
Any stories?
I'm not sure. Depends where you're at.
How
Probably need a proton.
about bulbs? How about bulbs busting? Any
I don't
stories
know.
about
It's always my proton pump that busts.
that? Ooh, that can be painful.
Ooh.
No, CO2, I used to run it. I'd get up to 1,000, so and I would I'd go down, but like ambient's like what, like 400 or some shit.
Yeah, 420 or something.
So I would run it like, in veg, like, pretty much not even really running it. And then in flowers, like, I'd start that shit like around 500 and I'd ramp it up. Um, by week 4, week 5, I'm already at, 900 or so. And then kind of ramp down after, as the weeks go by.
Uh-huh.
But it was critical. Big difference with versus without CO2.
Yeah. Yeah, the plants are definitely healthier. And I was saying like I don't bring it up to
That
1,000.
was a sealed room, like I said.
Yeah, right. A good sealed room. Yeah, that's why I don't.
And if you're running a sealed room, you got to make sure that your dehumidifiers are always working.
Yeah. Yes.
That they're fucking clean, that you maintain them. Otherwise, that's when these motherfuckers get all this like bacterias and molds and shit. It's when they don't clean their equipment, and they just do cycle after cycle after cycle, and they never clean their shit, and then they have problems.
Yeah, my AC is a little bit like that. I have to admit, yeah, I've never cleaned it. And I look in there and I'm like, how'd that crust build up in there?
Well, just the like lime scale and shit from
Yeah, I mean, yeah, just from what the
You
air.
get that,
Well,
like,
this is I'm
get
just
that,
the
like,
AC.
humidifier.
Yeah,
What
with
was
the
that?
AC, it's pulling moisture out of the air,
Yeah.
and then it evaporates it, right? I mean, it's evaporative cooling.
Yeah, so it's dealing with water. But yeah, I haven't cleaned it. I'm guilty of that. Gotta admit.
They make products to do so.
But
I know there's like the foam stuff for the coil
Oh yeah, there's
cleaning.
foam stuff for the coil, but I'm sure they make stuff for the like cleaning the other parts of it. Because
I'm
like,
surprised it's
Well,
still running
no,
though, really.
like split mini, you have to get a bib. It's kind of overpriced for what it is,
yeah, you
canvas or plastic.
yeah,
And then use now because I recycled the water, I would never use any of the cleaners. But then there's the cheaper cleaner that's kind of toxic,
yeah,
or there's a more expensive cleaner that is the one they use inside kitchens because
yeah.
the the
It's all
air
plastic.
movement things
Yeah, the
like above
hoods.
grills get all in the and it's not toxic,
that shit get nasty.
right? But yeah, that's really important to do because even like it'll get funky, but even before it's funky, like you don't realize how dirty the fins are on the condenser, the coil, right? But when you clean those, wow, then all of a sudden you realize, wow, this thing works fucking doesn't have to work near as
Yeah.
hard. Like,
Got a
next thing
whole
you know,
kit you can buy with a foaming spray.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, that's what's important. And and
In the
you don't
bag.
have to do it as often, but
We didn't.
you almost have to. The thing is they're kind of tricky to fuck with. Sometimes they break, and they're very expensive. Or the Quest and the big, dehumidifiers.
Yeah.
They got to be clean too.
Oh yeah.
Now they'll keep working, but what happens is that their efficiency drops like so much you don't even realize. Like where the thing was only coming on a little bit, and didn't have to work that hard. Oh, now it hasn't been cleaned in a while, and that thing's just running 24/7 to keep up, and then it's using way more power than it needs to. That was my experience of why I had. Well, first I used to pay my AC guy to come and clean them all, and then that wasn't that hard. I
Yeah.
bought my own bib, and I wouldn't use the foaming spray, even though you should, because that's what it's designed for. I just use high pressure water.
Yeah.
and then the bib basically catches the water.
And
It
drain
doesn't
the
drain in,
yeah.
in your place. And there's units you can buy, and some units are built in where they have UV lighting
Yeah.
inside the
Yeah.
unit, and that keeps the bacteria from the water fungus shit,
Yeah.
the muck from developing as much. You know, UV light they use inside it.
So yeah, I'd bring the CO2 up, but never like near 900 or 1,000, which is like, if you look at the curve,
Yeah,
so you look like the best.
I'd go to 1,000.
Yeah, that's where it really,
There was
really
1050,
show it.
1050 on some strains, like the Wedding Crasher. I could go to 1050 on that, but most of it, I wasn't worth. You don't want to fry the plant, and you don't want to, usually you're talking like
Yeah,
talking a fairly large room of so a lot of things involved there, but yeah.
But that's right where you start getting, the big advantage,
Yeah.
big photosynthesis advantage.
But you're also feeding
You have to feed more, right?
there's a feed ratio to the CO2 ratio,
Yeah.
and then your temperatures also. I guess it all kind of falls back to VPD. You're staying.
Yeah.
yeah. Like just giving it more CO2 without the rest of everything, you're
No,
not going
no,
to get the benefit.
it's a fucking engine. You can't just fucking
Yeah.
boost part of it. You have to.
And if you give it more food, then you need to give it more. Yeah, it's a whole scale. They've got the science on that. That's the way it works. When we first started using CO2, no, like we didn't understand it like that. We were just like blasting CO2, and we got results, but a
It
lot of
doesn't
it was
hurt.
I would use the rain
more
lines also.
results.
Like I'd run the rain line. I don't know how you did it, but I had like basically it had the lines
Oh, yeah.
ran across the
It
top,
used to come with one of the
and they have
kits.
little holes in them.
Yeah.
It's about 12 inches apart or so, and then run them back and loop it
Yeah.
back and forth across the whole fucking ceiling. And then I had my little humidity controller, and I had my little sniffers in different areas, and I had a couple different tanks and different controllers, and yeah, it's just I was on top of that shit.
And you had to stay on top of it because
Yeah.
if anything, a timer, this, that, so
I was
something always broke.
yeah, I was on top of that shit. Like I said, that was a full-time
That was
fucking
what being a grower was.
yeah.
Yeah, it was harder back then. Yeah, even like you're saying, those like buying those little units, like battery operated, like temperature readers, and and I guess I had this one. Oh, it could read like three different sensors. The batteries issue was just a pain in the ass, and like it's just so much easier now. Like if you got some kind of app, it's on your phone. You can just keep adding new sensors, and the battery lasts for
Oh
forever,
yeah.
for like a year or two.
Yeah, a year or two. It's awesome.
Yeah. And they cost like $20 maybe.
No, it was
For sensor temperature. And then they track they record the temperature like over the whole year or whatever. And yeah, it's so much easier now. Yeah, just those humidity and temperature monitors they seemed cool back then, but yeah, with like pen light batteries, just keep recharging them. Oh yeah. Grocery stores sold a lot of stuff too.
yeah, I worked at one for a while in California, Southern California, and the best part of that was making all the different contacts back then. It was medical, so it was pre-recreational. It was all 215 days, and the amount of contacts he would make in that, from different industry people that sold the different stuff. Just I don't know. It was pretty awesome times, actually. I miss those times.
Yeah, that was the heyday for them too. That was like the internet boom
Yeah.
for
No,
grow stores.
we
You know,
definitely
everyone.
went like when I first started, the hydro stores hardly sold shit. You needed like other stores to complete the task. But then over the years, hydro stores became, yeah, we went like with flatlined or early stages, and then we peaked, and then it just went away. I don't even know. The hydro stores aren't even like there. I don't even know where one
When
is.
what
Nothing.
happened though is like basically, Hawthorne started buying up everything, right? And
Yeah.
then they started buying shit up and
And
like,
GrowGen.
yeah, I'm saying though,
Well,
like,
GrowGen
I'm
had a
saying
lot to do with the
we'll get
hydro
to
stores.
GrowGen, but we're not there yet. Hawthorne started buying stuff like Sunlight Supply, like they started buying the main suppliers up, right? Because there was really three suppliers. There's Sunlight, Hydro Farm, and Spare Time were like the three big ones that everybody bought from the kind of whole country. But then Hawthorne started coming out and buying up all those things, and then GrowGen at this, after the following few years later, they started going buying up all the mom and pop hydro stores, right? So there's no more. So just all you have is corporate hydroponic store, and all you have is big pharma, basically Bayer, Monsanto, fucking owning majority of the lines, right? And then Athena came and it's like fuck
Fair.
that. Athena was like like the one that like didn't sell out. They came the new guy on the block after that wasn't part of all that shit. And there was some different lights, but yeah, it went downhill though when there was no longer a mom and pop hydroponic store. That's when the fucking thing just changed, and at the same time, recreational weed became recreational in California. So it's like the marriage of the fucking two things.
Yeah. And what killed the stores, a lot of it too, was that most people don't need to go to a store. They can have an account directly with Hawthorne or
Yeah,
the
see, that was
farm. But back in the heyday, the biggest grower to the home grower still had to get all their shit at the hydro store. You know, there'd be, all kinds of big orders, small orders. There's a lot of business there. And then the top end of that business, the bigger purchases, they don't need a store. They don't buy it that way. They have a business, they're legit, so they have a business because some of them use more than like the amount they use, they just have a wholesale, they have a lower price than the store does. So they don't go to stores. Like my nephew's place, it's gigantic. No, that their supplier comes in a big ass fucking 40-foot tractor trailer with fucking pallets of whatever the fuck pallets. 10 pallets come in a couple times a month, whatever it is, everything. Yeah, and I always remember I spare time, yeah, but the two big companies that that became the first distribution companies were both hood companies, basically lighting companies. So where they made most of their money were with hoods, Hydro Farm, and
How about the
uh,
bulbs too? Yeah.
but the
Hortilux. I
bulk
mean,
companies were big corporations that didn't even want to like admit that they were selling shit in cannabis. I mean, uh, yeah, they were like conservative
Hortilux.
lighting companies. Or they didn't even want to have association with the
I heard
cannabis
that. It's
business
hard to believe.
at the beginning.
I mean, what a great business that is.
Well,
Keep
I
buying
mean,
those bulbs.
yeah, but guess what? Every bulb has to keep being bought, and like cannabis business isn't that big in the light bulb business.
Well, I guess. But they're selling them to Holland
No,
or something.
trust me, there's a lot of light bulbs out there. They sold more of the grow type bulbs to parking lots than they ever sold to growers
Uh,
because they got to replace those bulbs too.
but
Every
you
parking
can't.
lot had
So I always heard you can't see the difference with the Hortilux. You know, when they lose some of their ability.
no. You
But
see, they get this other orange part.
the color does
Lighting.
change. Yeah, the spectrum
I
changes.
mean, back then
But it
the
seems
whole
like you
thing with
wouldn't have.
lighting.
But but
I
but
never,
my
I
point
never.
is, you
I was gonna
seems
say I
like
never used my bulb more than 2 cycles, so I have no idea.
Yeah,
I'd
I
use them
was that way
cycles
too.
and then I would get rid of them. You know, give them to a friend or something.
Yeah,
I think
I
I'd
changed
use them
like
about once a year for a
Hortolux.
while,
Sometimes
once
I'd
a
go
year
3,
for
but any
me.
of the other ones I'd go 2 because the
Since
first
4.
run on a bulb, it might only be 1 or 2% better yield, or maybe up to 5. I never was scientific with the measurement. And back then, with the value being where it was, oh, it was that paid for the bulb in itself. And
Except
a
for
fresh bulb, there's no comparison. Like,
my blue eye bulb though. I used to run the blue eyes until they didn't work anymore.
yeah,
The blue one.
Yeah.
Sub used to change them once a year. That's probably how I started doing. He would say,
that's too
I
long.
think he said like for Christmas that would be his gift. He'd buy new bulbs. One of his gifts
Yeah,
for
but I mean,
himself.
they will stay on for a long time, but it's diminishing results
Yeah,
because, like I was going to say, like what was the thing? I remember like that was the lighting thing. Today they don't even talk about it. Like I don't even ever hear that with
What was
LEDs.
that shit called?
They put
Digilux? Digilux? Is that
they
the
call
one
it
that
the
was in the black?
CRI. The
yeah. There were another
CRI.
one,
That's the
Digilux.
color.
Buddy, was it Digilux? They used to come in the black box with the red writing.
Yeah, but those bulbs like packaged
They're
nice
cheap.
and high price, but they were
I
great.
used to get those like cheap, and I would use those
Yeah,
sometimes too.
yeah. I've used
Yeah, I
all the
tried the
bulbs.
cheap ones. One like $20 bulbs.
Yeah.
It
Yeah.
was at one
Then
time.
I'd only run it like 1
Yeah,
cycle or 2, like
Oh yeah, yeah,
because
at
those
yeah.
one
fade off.
time. Yeah.
Because what fades in it, in my understanding, I'm an idiot, but what they call the CRI, the color rendering index. That's that's what made like grow bulbs different than the parking lot bulbs. Ultimately, they had different gases in there that like had the
Yeah. It was
better
like a 90
spectrum.
CRI or something.
I guess what the CRI is spectrum, right? But
There was a whole
bulbs,
debate on whether CRI really mattered or not, but that's
right? But that's what fades. Like as a bulb goes through cycles, gets older, this it's still on, it's still bright. From your naked eye, you probably can't tell the difference, but the CRI is not the same as when it was brand new.
The radiation it puts out or the heat it puts out.
The color rendering index is what they call it.
it's how true
CRI
like
stands for
660. It's like true red, true deep red, and
Yeah.
so on.
And I found that all the bulbs I ever fucked with, and they don't even make them anymore. Hortilux 1000 watts, the Hortilux
That
HPS
what
bulb.
a pain that was too. Just changing the bulb. That was another reason I wouldn't
Yeah,
change
with
them so
gloves.
much.
Yeah,
Yeah, you can't touch the
gloves.
bulbs. It's like
Yeah.
Touch it.
like a light bulb for your car. You're not supposed to touch them. You should wear nitrile gloves when you change them.
But you'd have to like
Yeah, I've changed a lot of bulbs. I changed a lot of
open
bulbs.
those hoods up. Open up the lenses. Oh, and I'd have it sealed with tape. Because to make it more airtight. And so, just changing the bulbs was a pain. Like, yeah, doing it like every whatever once a year even is.
Well,
It was just
yeah.
another thing back then that was like, oh, LEDs makes a lot easier nowadays. So it's
But
a
I'm sure
lot
there's a
easier nowadays
drift
in
in
so many ways.
LEDs. It might not
It's
be as
not as
fast
good
as
though.
HPS, but like I'm sure a fixture after a couple years isn't really as efficient as it was when it was
No,
brand new.
for sure. I think they
But then
definitely
again,
diodes wear.
if I'm not changing bulbs all the time, then LED, even though it's not as good as a fresh Hortilux bulb, probably, I'm not changing it all the time. So just having that LED, over the long run, I mean, it's just better. Just from
Well, I just
that.
know this on the big scale. All those guys went and put thousands of fucking LEDs in and got the rebate and all that.
Yeah.
I don't know a single place. They use them in the double tier veg, but
Yeah.
all the firing that I see at big scale is
Still
all
HPS.
back to HPS. Jungle Boys himself, who made Lux Lighting, the whole digital lighting thing, I never see any of their rooms LED.
Yeah, but
So
I
I mean,
can
it's
run
somewhere the guys now look.
double
They have
ended.
huge rooms. They're not intense and
How often?
where
You don't have to change the double ended as often, right?
oh it's faster. Here's the thing with the double ended. It's pushing more. Like they burn out faster
Well, it's being
Oh,
because
pushed from
really?
both. It's being the elements being lit from both sides, so it's going to burn out.
Oh, wow.
yeah, and
Those fuckers get
okay,
hot,
So
hot,
was
hot,
it
hot.
every
where
run
like
you should do it?
a single
No,
ended
every couple, 2 or 3 runs.
wasn't
Wow.
really like pushing 1100 watts, right? Or like okay, because when double endeds came on, they made claims that they were like 140,000 lumens, where single endeds were only 110,000 lumens. Yeah, because they were like they weren't being run as hard. The digital ballasts, those even run harder than the mechanical or magnetic ballasts, right? Where that would like I would notice with the new digital ballasts, the glass would have this like gray, like just after a month because it was burning so fucking hot. And those bulbs, yeah, no, you had to change those even quicker. That's when I
They
was
had
down to two cycles.
they were
Two
trying to sell
cycles.
bulbs that were
Now the
made for
bulb could probably
digital
last for
ballasts.
2 years. But I
Mm.
knew friends that would debate me and had their grow and said, "No, I can't tell the difference, dude. I haven't changed my bulb in a year." And I would always be the guy going, "Yeah, you don't know what you're missing." But yeah, I'm telling you, fresh bulbs make a huge difference. Uh, Almost to the point I remember going, "Why even not just change the bulb every cycle?" Because at that value point we were at then, if you were even just getting 1 or 2% denser, more yield, then it was worth the $70 for the bulb or whatever it was. The Hortobox is for like 69. There was a deal like no, if you were a distributor to Hortobox, you couldn't sell them for less than 69. A lot of places sold them for more than that,
Huh.
but like the lowest you could get them for a long
Yeah,
time
pay
was
like 80
$69.
bucks. I think $80 or something is about what
Yeah,
I
yeah.
paid.
I remember. Yeah, they were like in the 80s
Yeah,
And then
normally. Yeah.
I know I
And then
paid
it
like
went
I think I
down.
paid close to $100 though for my blue eyes.
Uh-huh.
yeah, there was some. Yeah.
Yeah, for the
But
blue
those
Hortilox.
were like my real. I loved running the blue eye and the red eyes together though. I used to get such great results. You know,
Yeah.
I'd
I
run.
think I used to take the bulb from my from flowering and put it in veg, I think, too, for a while. As it got older. Something like that. I do. I think I
I mean,
did stuff like
you
that
could run
too.
the blues all the way through, and
The blues were
your
great.
shit would be even frostier. It's
Oh,
just,
yeah, yeah.
That's why the LED
Infrared.
is nice because you can run both.
but you run, yeah. If you want density and stuff, you need to run some red in there.
They had that. They had everything. They had those. They had those
They had
the
a
lamps, the
Hortilux
blue and the red.
Hortilux had a bulb that was six. It had 2-in-1. It had 600
Yeah.
watt HPS and like
Yeah, and
200.
400 watt.
Yeah,
Uh,
it was all
yeah,
two. Both of them, both
Ceramic metal
technologies.
halide.
those were like $200 for those bulbs, or
Yeah,
those were
those bulbs
pricey.
are fucking awesome though. But they had both technologies
Yeah,
in
I
one
used
bulb.
some of those. Yeah, I used those. I did all that shit.
Yeah, I did.
Whatever was the latest thing, that's what we
I
did.
fucked with all that shit too.
There
Like
was
I was
some.
saying earlier, when Throw Me was on, then you know this because you're probably just in the beginning. The cannabis growers mainly due to the profits. We were the most gullible customer you could ever imagine in any product sector that I know of in out there. Because whatever came around, everybody like something new, and then everybody went in this direction. Half that shit was all bullshit,
Well,
overpriced and
it
shit.
was we had nothing to we had no fact checker, right? And so these guys,
Yeah,
so there was a lot of really good hype men back then.
Yeah.
Yeah.
wait,
And
yeah.
they would fucking they'd play these little psychological tricks with your mind fuck you, and you would wind up buying this shit. And I'm guilty of buying a lot of fucking snake oil over the
Yeah, same
years
here.
because
Yeah.
I thought I was gonna get like a little bit more trikes, or like the stuff was gonna wash better, or I'm gonna get better.
Well,
All this
I don't
different.
remember the packaging and the ads they'd have out, but they would make big claims, like
Oh, they
real
made big
claims,
claims. Like
like
there used to be this one like,
30%.
bottle for flushing from Advanced Nutrients. It had like a Rasta guy on it, and it was like a red colored
Oh
liquid.
man,
And it would claim that like you would have better your weed would just be smoke really smooth if you use this shit at the end, right?
guy on the ball is gonna like it if he
Yeah,
uses.
I think it was just fucking Kool-Aid, to be honest with you. I don't think it was anything. I don't think
Yeah.
I mean, my opinion. I don't want to get sued. My opinion. I think that shit's just fucking food dye and fucking water.
Sugar,
Yeah.
a little bit of sugar.
It
Yeah,
was everything.
there's yeah, but like most of the there's still some existing companies that are still making the same shit they were and have whatever market share they have.
Well,
But there's a whole bunch of companies that they played it the way we're talking about, and where they to be found today, no, they're not. They're gone.
but what was it?
Bullshit doesn't fly.
No, what was it? The Humboldt special? They had the spider. Was it the widow spider? What the fuck was it? Humboldt special? It was called Humboldt. There's a bunch of different nutrient companies that use the word Humboldt because that was like a magic
Yeah.
word. They knew they can make money if they use the word
Well, the
Humboldt.
one that made Bushmaster, which
Yeah, yeah.
Bushmaster was supposedly
Yeah, the
this
guys that made
elk,
Bushmaster. What the fuck was the name of
right?
the thing with the spider?
Humboldt something. Now, now, yeah, that was like we touched on. That was the PGR era. So without telling a customer or listing it or claiming it, right? They were claiming that the effects that you were getting, which were massive, because it's the PGR called Paco, Pacas,
Oh yeah,
Paca
oh yeah,
something.
yeah. That one, that's the one that keeps it nice and short, right?
Short, yeah, no
Yeah,
stretch.
that
And the
motherfucker.
buds get so fucking dense that
Yeah.
like a
Oh yeah, they
pound
get
looks like a
rock
quarter
hard. They get
pound, right?
fucking rock
Rock hard.
hard.
But
Yeah.
then at a certain point they had this other shit called something. They had other additives with other PGRs. Now what
Yeah.
happened is some this I remember this all started on the forum where there's people on the forum accusing, and then some customer bought it and sent it to a lab, and it came back that it had paclobutazol in it, right? Which no one had even heard of, right? Paclobutazol is usually sold. Guess what people use that? Bonsai to growers.
Yeah,
That's how they
but
keep.
you don't
That's
eat
how
those
they keep
usually, right?
the bonsai plants with giving it this PGR called paclobutazol. But they continue to claim that on their package that it was like derived from the one kind of seaweed, Norsa. I can't pronounce it. But then one day it got pulled off the shelf, and then like a few months later it was back because they like the company did whatever and got it put back on the shelf. And then after a few more months, that's it. It's gone. But you pull it up, they still sell the shit today. Yeah. And somebody that shut down a grow when I was helping them go through all the shit had a box from General Hydro, like from way back in the early days. Oh, it said what it was, paclobutazol on it, right? That stuff was crazy. You could put like 2 mils in a 20, 30, 40 gallon reservoir and water your plants, and your plants would not get 1 inch taller, like the first week of flowering.
Did you
And
use
then they would,
Switch?
well, switch was supposed to be a thing that, like,
If your plant's like hermed, you could fucking use this shit.
yeah, yeah, I think I might have tried that
Or if you
one
started to see
time.
donkey dicks or whatever, you could see this shit and it would like stop it in its tracks.
Yeah,
But then it turns out that
bad chemicals.
That's
because
really
it was
bad.
the
Yeah, really bad.
competitive time with the products, even some of the foods were using uh, pack different things in their PGRs, they call them,
Yeah, they use it in
plant growth regulators, right?
certain food.
Um, which now all those are banned, pretty much banned from
Yeah, but you
from
can still use like natural stuff. You can still use seaweed and shit, right?
yeah. Well, I mean, we're talking like stretch is a thing, especially indoor. Um, yeah, that Bushmaster shit was like just a couple drops of it. I used to use it so minimally that I would only be trying to stop the stretch. I wouldn't be trying to get that super fat bud because that shit, it, like, there's fat buds where you take a piece and when you put it in your grinder, it fluffs up and you fucking got more weed than you expected for your joint.
Right?
That pack of Busol weed was like the opposite. It would be like a 2 gram bud. It
Yeah,
would
it
Hundred
barely,
dollars.
you
fucking
put it in a grinder.
burn black too and
Yeah,
tastes
and
like
it
shit.
burned
It
black. And I
sounds like
forget what
carpet
the
beasters.
product they come out and said, yeah, if you're using this, then you got to use this afterwards. It was a thing to put the crystals back on because they admitted that the shit was like
Oh, you
uh
talking about snowstorm?
snowstorm. Yes, they had so many of these fucking products, dude.
Talking
It
about
was so
GI
fucking.
Joe or weed
It
fertilizers.
was the wild west of products because none of them went through any kind of fucking. They didn't have any of the regulations that like you have to prove what's in your shit and you register it and all that. They were just like because it was like the hydro business. I don't know. Like today, maybe it's still that way today that they can just
Certain
put out
sectors
shit
probably
and not,
are. Like
you know.
probably the organic
But I
sector
know
for
the
those.
people that stopped Bushmaster were other growers. That somehow people knew, and even at the time, because I fucked with that shit during the era, couple of years. It reminded me of the eras before I even grew weed, but I used to sow weed, what we call BC bud.
Yeah, that's
Like
what I was just
in the
talking about.
green weed thing, there was this era where there wasn't really that much outdoor weed. That was seasonal. The first loads of like a lot of green weed, or, pine bud, but it wasn't. It was BC bud.
Yeah.
That shit was that way where a pound would be like a half a pound, and it was this super hard, dense shit,
Yep.
right? And I think what I've always thought, yeah, those guys were using that Pacibusol before anybody else. That was what BC Bud was. Because a lot of that, not all the BC Bud, 'cause it
Yeah.
was just basically Canadian Bud coming south. But I remember the stuff I'm talking about that was that super hard rock fucking Bud, right? And that gets.
No. I think Bud muted himself.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
I think you muted yourself there, Bud. Not that you could hear us.
I'm looking at some of these old pictures. One of them was Humboldt County's own. And I'm looking at the Sonic Bloom 05134 flowering booster.
Mhm.
I don't know. It was one of the things that we used to sell at the store. They gave me a bottle one time and I ran it, and I don't think you ever need anything that says 05134. That's major shit. Where is he at?
Here's
Oh yeah, here's this old 315 bulb. That was a cool stage. I don't know if you went through the 315 ceramic metal highlight stage, but that was another stage of lighting that I went through that I liked it. It's just it worked amazing in veg. It's just in bloom, it wasn't all like that great. And wow, I wonder what happened.
I guess we lost Bud.
Give him a second. He'll be back. His phone probably died.
Yeah, that would be my guess.
Rock nutrients. Does rock nutrients even exist anymore? These guys looking at these old pictures, I'm like, damn. Oh yeah, I guess they still exist.
Really?
Wow. Yeah, they used to have this product called Resonator that I used to like.
Okay, I think I've heard of that
I guess that's their only product now.
one. Well, yeah, probably. Oh.
They used to have a whole line, but
Fusion. I'm seeing Fusion.
looks like the Resonator is the only thing they make anymore. But yeah, they have a crazy claim, right? Like right here, I'm looking at their website. It says
But
our one study found a 47% increase in resin production using their product. 47% increase in that's this crazy thing to say. 47%, basically double, right?
yeah, that's just below 50%.
Yeah, but that's crazy.
What it says it just increases no PGRs, increases the just 0.78. Ooh, it's California Department of Food and Agriculture reviewed. What does that mean?
I'll be back.
Yeah, some of these industries they're still out there too. Like definitely with some of the fertilizing stuff.
I don't know if
And
there's anybody doing the you need 14 bottles to grow a plant anymore. But there might be. I don't know.
There's quite a few bottles of the rooted leaf Agritech stuff I'm using.
Yeah,
Yeah.
see, I don't use I don't know about that stuff anymore. I don't use that stuff. That stuff's
what about like Aptos?
what's that?
Aptos? And they had the facilitator. That was
Oh,
their
facilitator.
facilitator or whatever.
That's what you call Aptus.
Oh yeah, Aptos.
Yeah, so
They had a bunch
don't
of
take this
products.
don't take this the wrong way. They make really high quality products, but I feel Aptus is, my personal opinion, is a line of products that a rich guy would buy to say it's like the same kind of guy that would own a Bugatti, and he says, "I spent $1,200 to grow that ounce on nutrients." Because you're going to spend about $1,200 to get that line.
Yeah.
And you're going to be able to run a tent, a 4x4 with that. Some of those bottles are $100+ a bottle for like a quart. There's what, 10, 12 bottles? It's pretty expensive.
Yeah, the facilitator was like a facilitator, whatever, was like $100 for
Yeah.
probably like a 250 mil.
Well, I'm looking at it now. I've never even heard of this stuff.
Facilitator?
No.
Orange. Yeah. Is that theirs? Let's see.
That's just 0.6.
Some kind of microbial thing or something.
It's it was. I think they were one of the first.
It's silicon,
Silicic acid,
Oh yeah,
silicic
that's
acid.
their silica.
boron, and
And some boron, some trace elements too.
That's
Yeah,
their silica.
and molybdenum. It's micronutrients.
But it's really the silica and the micronutrients help with the uptake. You notice a difference though when you use it. I used it one time.
Yeah.
You notice a difference in the stem structure, and it definitely which
I
is what
was
silica does. But yeah, definitely, and it's supposed to help with uptake also.
Helps with uptake a lot in the heat.
in heat. Yeah, it helps with stress. It helps
Yeah.
the plant with stress and makes it a little bit stiffer.
Yeah, but
No,
I
a lot
mean,
stiffer. Don't You're not going to clones. You're not cutting clones after you feed silica because it fucking hardens the stem up really hard. And
Oh, that's an interesting fact I didn't know.
yeah, I
Well,
didn't know
I
that either
I
in
did I
general.
probably should know that, but or didn't really think about. Maybe that's why I'm having such a hard time getting clones off certain plants.
Hmm.
Hmm.
I'm talking liquid silica. Like it definitely like your stems. It'll harden them, make them really hard. Plant can stand up by itself without as many stakes, if any.
Right, yeah. But I don't know. I guess you know maybe it makes it too stiff, and then like you go and you to like move a plant or something, and you hit a branch or something, and it snaps.
No, because they're usually pretty strong, and
Yeah,
branches usually just move.
yeah.
Oh, and there's always new products for smoking. Like dabbing or new ways of doing this or that, electric this or that. New products. And I mean, I guess there's usually something to them, but
My
I don't
mighty's
know. They keep finding new ones though.
still got my original mighty here.
I don't know. For flour, I used to like that. What the fuck was that Storks and Bickle thing?
Yeah,
Fucking with the bags.
volcano,
Yeah,
or
the volcano. I used to really like the digital version of that though, because you
yeah,
could set it perfect. It was fucking great for
yeah.
flour.
I've got the mighty. That's just like the portable version. Yeah,
But yeah, that's what I used to. That was like my favorite thing when I used to smoke only flour. Um,
yeah.
but
It
but
may
for
taste
dabbing,
weird.
I like the Terp Slurper, um, the style of banger. But I haven't had a rig since I moved about a year ago.
Really
So I
off
need to buy a rig. I need to buy a
off
rig. It's just
the
a situation of where I'm at is not ideal place. So I'm in like in between in life right now. So
Uh-huh. Yeah, but there's new way. There's like the inductive heating, I guess, of the bowl. I haven't used them, but there's just new products all the time with dabbing, and like I said, I guess they work. It's not like total sugar in a bottle, but they just keep coming up with new ones, new ways of.
Bud says his battery died. Well, yep.
he'll be back, I'm sure.
Yeah, hope so. It's getting late too.
Yeah.
Did you guys ever like chillums? I was never a chillum guy, but
Probably one hitters. I don't do that whole like hold your hand this way like chilling thing. But yeah, just one hitters. Always green hits. Take green hit and cash it out. Kind of guy. When I used to smoke, that is. I occasionally take a bong rip or smoke a joint.
I've kind of stopped on bongs.
I got like a mini one. It's like a little short. It's almost like a bubbler at that point, but put some ice in it. It's kind of nice.
There's been a lot of smoke around here from fires.
Oh yeah, I I just saw something that's going to be a problem now because of these earthquakes and the super El Nino and this and that and
Earthquakes.
shortages and lots
I,
of fun stuff coming up in this rest of the year here.
I think just like with the winds though, and dryness, but because they're local fires. I mean, there's fires in like Canada also, which man, I don't know. It seems like every year. I don't know. California doesn't seem too bad.
Well, they're getting
Oh, are they? Okay.
was here. Oh, Bud's waiting. He says.
Oh, who's oh, he was the host though, wasn't he? Oh, but there's Fumi. Let's see participants. Yeah.
Does
All right.
Fumi,
Well,
does Fumi have to let him in?
um, I don't see him. I don't know. I don't. Is Bud trying to get in? I don't actually see
Are
him.
none of you guys the hosts? I guess I can text.
No, I think. Well, he was no.
Yeah,
Bud was the host.
Let me text Fumi and ask him if he can let him in. Then.
yeah. Do that.
Okay. But yeah, the fire. Yeah, the smoke was really bad. Like you could smell it and see it. It was pretty hazy for part of the day. Today was the first day where like I've heard about it. I mean, I heard the air was bad quality, but today it smelled like smoke. It was bad. Hope it's not one of those years. It
Yeah,
was really windy.
a couple years ago, a year last year was it last year? No, probably 2 years ago. It was pretty bad when they had the fires up in Canada. You could get it got smoky down here.
Oh yeah, the East Coast got it
All right,
bad.
I
Yeah.
just sent Fumi a text, so
Okay.
hopefully he sees it.
I told Bud we need Fumi, so hang tight. I guess he didn't make anybody. Maybe D was a co-host or something, but D just kind of left at one point. I don't know what he
Yeah, I
did.
don't know, but he left suddenly too, like his phone died or something. Suddenly. Or maybe he just wanted to
Leave.
leave just like without disturbing the flow.
Yes, I see.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm considering leaving myself soon. It's 2:30 here, but we'll see if Bud comes back at least.
Yeah, we can just end it too, I guess.
We'll give him a minute
Yeah.
since I sent him a text.
Yeah.
But yeah, over the years, there's been all kinds of different ideas for the growing
Oh,
areas.
I heard something now.
I see him.
Host Fumi. Oh, it's
All right.
you're co-host now, Flora. And Dr.
Oh yeah, and me.
All three of us are.
Oh yeah. Oh, now you too. Yep. As we speak. But yeah, the fourth is coming up. So there's a lot of firework restrictions and fire restrictions.
Yeah, but Jeff, you act like you didn't know. 7 earthquakes on the same day, all on the Ring of Fire.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's what happened.
I
a
didn't
few
realize,
days
yeah, it
ago.
was that many. I
Yeah.
heard there was three. I heard of three.
No, people are
Or
speculating
three
that some of
places.
them were man-made.
But it was all on the Ring of Fire, which is like this weird circle that I think Venezuela had earthquakes, California
Yeah,
had earthquakes,
it has,
Asia had earthquakes.
they're trying to stir up oil out of the earth. They use
Oh.
this as a method to make oil and other things come out of the earth.
Well, I mean, I'm not worried about hurricanes. We have fire problems. That's one thing. But earthquakes. I've grown up with earthquakes as a Southern California resident. And I was in the Bay Area, the World Series one when that
Really?
one. I was in Northridge, Sylmar, All of them, man. The earthquakes are gnarly, but we're so overdue. Like, yeah, it's been a long time. And we've had little,
Oh,
but
Yeah.
like, oh, just look at satellite of the San Andreas Fault.
It's Godzilla's waking up.
Yeah, it's not, they don't know how to predict it, but I just feel it in my bones that we're due for a big one
uh,
because it's been like 15, 20 years really, or something like that. But then again, it could be another 100 years. They don't know. I mean, but since I was a kid, that was Selmar earthquake. I was just a kid. That was in the 70s. That knocked down the freeways and shit happened. And all that. Northridge, that cracked my mom's house's foundation. That was gnarly. Uh, I don't know all the names of the other ones, but there were some other ones. But so I don't
yeah,
know.
that would suck.
Well, I mean, things like
That'd be a
all the
market crasher.
Ring of Fire. The Ring of Fire is definitely connected to the San Andreas Fault, right? San Andreas Fault is one of the. I don't know if it's the biggest. There's some big faults around the world where the plates meet. But San Andreas Fault's pretty gnarly. Like, if you really look at that, you can see why that's where this thing these people call California Island. Because at some point, yeah, that's probably what's going to happen. Maybe thousands of years from now or whatever. Because it's like almost the whole length of the state. And when you look at it from the satellite, you can really see in the what the geography looks like. Oh, it could crack anytime. Like it could. That's where the two plates are meeting.
Yeah, the
You can create big ones.
big ones.
I mean, the ones I've been in 6.8, 7.1, those are pretty big. But there's footage like black and white from this one they had in Alaska that was 9.8, where like like basically the ground beneath you just dissolved, like crumbled. Like it just there's like
Just
because
falls
each
away,
point, like
like in Indiana
6.8 to
Jones.
6.9 isn't just a tenth of a degree bigger. Uh, the magnitude's massive. So like, oh, there could be a 9, there could be eights. There's
Right.
places around the world that's had some of them. Oh, if California was experienced that or our fucked up
Well,
infrastructure and
there's ones that cause tsunamis and stuff, right?
slapped together. And you're talking about the super El Nino.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's a big thing. Now we're not expecting hurricanes, but the level of tropical storms that are going to come
just gonna be a lot.
because what the meteorologists call super El Nino, they've warned us about years ago, like 20 years ago. The scientists already were warning us that it was we had a threshold of 2 degrees Celsius water temperature change,
Yeah, it's the
right?
water. It all
That
depends on
was going to be like created this season. Why the 100% meteorologists say 100% chance that Super El Nino going to happen later in the year, which is going to save like the Gulf of Mexico and the Eastern Seaboard is going to have less tropical storms and chances of hurricanes because and what makes all the storms bigger out there over these years is the temperature of the water, right? The Pacific Ocean is 3.5 degrees warmer. So like the threshold of like danger was 2 degrees, which
Oh,
we had to hit. But now we
it's so
hit it, but
drastic.
we like hit it even way higher than 2 degrees, 3.5 degrees. And then that's going to make the water warmer in the Pacific. And so all the energy, most of the energy from the atmosphere and everything, as far as the is going to be centered in the Pacific Ocean, Mexico coast, Hawaii, and now there's already like small signs of that happening. The wedge in Newport Beach, which is this surf spot, maybe it was a week ago or so. It's like 2 3 days. It was like 25 foot. Normally, the big waves don't come to Southern California till like September.
Right.
But then this September, it was super El Nino. It's probably going to be more storm type waves, like according to the weather stuff,
Right.
because it's going to be like.
Warmer.
But they don't predict that we'll have like onshore hurricanes like they do in the East Coast because we don't have that same setup.
Fuck.
Supposed to be
Some of
the
it is the
hot-
mountains, like
hot-
basically where the
hottest
coast of
year on record.
California is backed up by mountains, and that's not like hurricanes want it to be flat. They don't come in right where the mountains are, or they can
Right.
do what I don't know, but that's what super El Nino is, something like that. The water temperature's warmer.
Yeah.
Couple degrees. And it's going to bring more sharks and more predator fish.
Oh boy.
They're going to like those temperatures.
Yeah.
That's the other part.
Tropical fish are going to migrate north.
Yeah, I had a good time. I gotta get going though. I just really gotta
All right.
do the garbage and recycling.
All right. I guess I can jump off too.
I gotta get going too.
Well, you
so-
guys can keep going, or
Yeah.
you don't
That's
have
okay.
No,
to.
I got to. Fucking.
We'll talk on the Saturday maybe.
That's Saturday.
Yeah.
Okay.
Have a
Yeah.
happy
If not,
Fourth. It's
happy
Fourth is when? Friday?
Saturday.
Oh, it's on Saturday.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Oh, maybe we can have a virtual fireworks.
I might go to Vermont. I'm not sure.
What's in Vermont? What goes on there?
There's a lake, and my friend has a cabin, so it's supposed to be like almost 100 degrees down in Connecticut, so it'll be cooler up there.
Wow.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I heard there's like heat out that way.
Yep. I go outside to water my garden. 10 minutes, I get sunburn. It's terrible. High UV index.
Yeah. All right, everyone.
All right.
All
Yeah.
right.
Stay cool.
All right. Bye.
Later.
Later.